Am I alive yet?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so this morning I got my chart set up, but honestly, with the current state of the market, I don't even like the idea of trading in this. I don't even like the idea of trading in this, and here's why. I'll show you what I'm talking about. But good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day. The week is almost done. But man, dude, the market's been lame, like just absolute garbage, right? So you have, this has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The last 9 days, we've just been ranging. Look at this, like nothing. Doji can't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 doji candles in a row. Right? Like, dude, that's disgusting. I really don't like even the idea of trading when the market's currently like this. Like, there's no direction. Literally, we are not getting anything. It's just consolidating. And I don't love this. This doesn't give me confidence to trade. Honestly, I'm kind of glad if I were to get sick, I'm glad it was this week, because this week literally has given them the charts nothing. If it was like this week, I would have been pissed, right? I would have been pissed. But this week, I'm kind of glad I was sick because there's nothing even going on. It's probably better that I don't trade during this time than do trade. But yeah, I do not like the market at all right now. It's just, it's ugly. It's not presenting opportunity. And I really want to be patient and wait for it to actually give us, you know, at least a picture of like which way are we going, you know, like are we gonna go up or are we gonna go down? None of this choppiness right here. This has literally just been ranging right in here. Now I have all my drawings, right? I got London highs, London lows, Asia high, Asia lows, day wick, day close, all that good stuff, right? We'll see like what comes out of it today, but honestly today I'm more focused on the conversation I'm gonna have today. Today we have a really good space. It's on DeFi, and I think there's gonna be really solid information for you guys on ways you can take advantage of DeFi. The people we're gonna be interviewing are top notch in the space, so that's happening in 30 minutes, and we're going to do a DeFi space. I'm going to watch it live like we've done in the past, and I'll be hosting it from my phone with Kaizen. So that is honestly the big thing for today, is showing you guys the potential with DeFi, talking about it with some of the biggest brains in the space, and just diving into that world, because DeFi, I use DeFi all the time. I mean, this exchange you're seeing right now is DeFi. So I use DeFi daily. I love the opportunity it presents. I think DeFi is super undervalued at the moment because Donald Trump, I think he's going to change the landscape of decentralized finance forever this year. And I don't think it's going to happen until later this year, because that's when World Liberty Finance launches, which is his personal DeFi protocol that's launching on Ethereum, right? Like, the United States government wants to start using stable coins. They want to make a Bitcoin reserve. They want to have this decentralized finance, right? They want to ditch the CBDC and go towards stablecoin. So DeFi landscape is a massive opportunity, and we're so early. So that'll be our conversation in about 30 minutes, but we're going to watch the market open. We're going to chart it out, okay, just to see kind of what happens. See if maybe there is an opportunity that presents itself, but I'm not really looking for a trade this morning, because it's not there in the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, the market's not there. This is not ideal. This is not ideal trading conditions. Okay. Honestly, when it's choppy like this, you're actually not supposed to trade. Okay. So, kind of like a typical rule when it comes to the market. When the market's choppy, if you're a day trader, right, if the market's just going sideways, you don't trade, you wait for the market to shift, right? Have a market structure shift, a break of structure, you know, right, displacement, something like that. That's what you're supposed to do. And so I'm again, this whole challenge, right, I'm trying to become a more disciplined, a more expert trader. And so if I want to be an expert trader, I need to act like one. And the experts don't trade when it's like this, right? So well, good morning, guys. Good morning. Sorry I've been absent for the past, like... Well, I did stream on Tuesday. That was honestly a mistake. I was wrecked after that stream. I'm still sick, but I feel better. Like, you know when you're still sick, but you're like, oh, I feel like I can move around. You know? I'm like that stage. But I'm not... I still don't feel very good. I mean, you probably hear it just in the mic. I'm gonna go blow my nose real fast. Oh wow, look at that. Just took out London lows. Low. We'll do that. We'll see if this actually is the low, but remember our strategy, the orb open range, right? First 15 minutes of the market, we mark it out, the low of the high, see which way it breaks, see when it retests, right? So we'll see if we get our strategy. See what happens here. Good morning, everyone. If you can, like the stream, comment, share, put your questions in the chat. All of that is super helpful. And I just appreciate you guys showing up, being here, hanging out with me. I'm excited for this challenge, this 500 to 1 mil. So far, it's been going well, right? So far, it's been going great. We're up like 30% on the challenge. And so I'm stoked. I feel like it's actually more than 30%. I could be wrong. But I've been having fun. I've been having fun vlogging it. We shot the intro this week for the challenge. It's getting edited. The intro is basically done. And then we're going to have episode 1 come out at the end of February, right? I'm going to give you guys a little bit of my heart behind why I wanted to do this challenge, the things behind that. And so I'm excited. I think it's going to be really fun. And I'm going to check in on the... Nice. We got 23 copy traders now. We were at, on Monday, we were at like 15, and now we're at 23 people in the copy trade, and we're at managing over $11,000, which is fun. So like that's like, man, that's gonna be fun, especially if we're successful here on this. I think this is really cool because I can like literally, it's a way to like give back to you guys. If I'm successful, you guys are successful, right? And you guys don't even got to do anything. And so I think it's a really fun opportunity. And that's why I really want to take it seriously, because I really want you guys to win with me. Like, to have you guys be on the copy trading and winning with me alongside this, like, dude, that would be, that's so sick. That's like so sick. Makes me excited. All right, so this looks like this might be the orb low. We'll see. Actually, I'll just wait. I'll just wait until it's done, just so I don't have to keep moving around. But yeah, guys, we had 23 copy traders. We're already up 200 bucks. Almost. We're short $4. So that's not 30%. That's like almost 50. 250 would be 50% gain. So we're, I guess maybe that is 30%. I don't know. 24.77%. All right. I can't wait to knock off the first tier, right? We're trying to get to 1,000 bucks. That's our first goal. I would love to do it by end of February. I would love to have that done. I'm not going to rush it though. Like, I'm not going to like force it, but that'd be sick to have it. First month, we get one tier down, right? And if we can get a tier down every month, then in 12 months, essentially, we should have this done. This challenge done. So we'll see how it goes. But essentially, if we can do it a tier a month in 12 months, we would turn $500 into 1 million. If we can keep that rhythm. And I'm not rushing it. Like, I'm not going to do like 90-day challenge, right? I'm not doing like oh, let's do it in a month. No, I'm not rushing it. Sure, would it be nice to get it done in 12 months? Sure. But I'm not rushing. This is something I'm just taking my time with, because like, if I can do it, man, that's life-changing. Literally, that'll change my life if I can actually do it. And everyone copy trading, it'd probably change your life too. That's what I'm seeing. And so for me, I don't want to rush this. I want to take it seriously. I want to actually like lock in on it and take my time with it. I'm excited with it all. Okay, so we swept the London lows, it looks like. Swept London lows. And now it looks like we're heading to potentially go towards the Asia lows. This red line's the Asia lows, and then this white line's the London highs during the London session. What time is it? 6:43. Okay. All right, we're about 15 minutes out too from the space. So we'll mark out the orb. I'll probably bump up to like the 15-minute time frame. Actually, we might stay at the 5-minute. And then this next candle's our last 5-minute. All right, we're on that final 5-minute candle for the orb. Okay, we need it to break above this high here to mark a new high. Looks like it might have. That's about the same. We'll see how it goes. But this candle right here, see ya. And this will be our orb. Make it 4. Make it a little thicker. Yeah, this looks like a little liquidity sweep. There we go. Okay, we do have the orb. Right there. That's the orb. Okay, looks like we're breaking potentially up to the upside. Honestly, what I would like to see is some structure break here. You know, if we were to break to the upside, let's break structure. Break structure. You know, I spot on the 5-minute this inverse fair value gap. All right. Ugh. All right, let's, in preparation for the space, let's do this. I'm gonna multi-screen it. Yeah, I don't want. There we go. There, so we can kind of watch the orb, right, as we're in the space over here to the right. So we'll kind of watch both as we're going. Make this one maybe a little smaller. There we go. I'll make this one just a tad bit bigger. There we go. Cool. I got 10 minutes, so I'm gonna just let the chart do its thing. I'm gonna go make a coffee real fast. I'll be right back. All right, we're about 5 minutes out from the space. I'm excited for this one. If you guys are watching, and you have any questions, shoot them in the chat and I'll get them answered with the panel that we have. And so if you guys have any DeFi questions, throw them in the chat, and I will love to get those answered for you. So there's no stupid question, so throw them in there. And if it's relevant, I will ask it. So just make sure you're asking relevant questions. But the conversation's DeFi, and we're talking about opportunities like with stable coins, borrow and lending, liquidity pools, perps trading, MEV, staking, Solana, so many things. Liquid staking versus native staking. I mean, there's there's a ton of different opportunities. I'll mute my mic and then I'll just have the audio going through the desktop of the Spaces audio. Looks like we haven't broken out of the orb yet too. So I would love it if it could wait to break out of the orb, you know. All right, I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna get this thing set up. Good morning, everyone. I'm super excited to get this DeFi space kicked off. We are just gathering the speakers up to the top right now before we really start diving into it. But if you're one of the speakers, we've probably sent you an invite. So check your invite to come speak, and then we will get this kicked off. Welcome everyone to our special guests. We got Lulo, Banks, Hawkfi, Seg with Gito, and also Ranger Finance will be hopping up here too. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great week.
What's good?
GM, mic check 1 2 1 2.
Love it. It's working well. Omi, I just sent the co-host invite. Omi, I see you down there. GM Banks, GM Lulo. The mic, whoever is doing the mic check, I didn't see who did that one, but it was working. It was working well.
Thank you. It was
Yeah,
Lulo.
nice. Okay, let me just see if there's any of our other speakers that we're waiting on. Okay. All right. Well, guys, today we are diving into the world of DeFi. I'm very excited for this conversation because DeFi is honestly one of my favorite sectors of crypto. I think it holds a massive opportunity for anybody in crypto. If you are not familiar with DeFi, or maybe you are familiar with DeFi, maybe you'll get some new alpha today. But I just DeFi is so exciting, especially with the landscape. I think too of just the way the United States is starting to shift towards DeFi and what they're enabling it into their economy. And so I think anybody who's already building in DeFi is suited very well for the future. And the speakers that we have up here today, the guests we have up here today, are top notch in the space. They're very wise when it comes to DeFi. Built amazing protocols and products, and so everybody listening is going to get a lot of good insights. So um, how I wanted to just kind of start off, if we could just have the panel kind of introduce a quick intro of like who you are and what you do. We'll give time at the end of the space to really dive into like, a little shill of like what your company is, maybe what we can look forward to 2025. But this little intro right here is mainly for the listeners so they can just kind of get a quick glimpse of who you are and what you do. Can we start with Hawkfi with a little quick intro?
Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Brady from Hopfi, one of the co-founders here, focus on BD and growth. TLDR, we are an LP aggregator that is built on top of Meteora, Orca, and eventually Radium as well. So the big pain point and problem we're solving here is liquidity providing is very manual, and we provide automated and customizable strategies for liquidity providers by depositing through Hawkfi. You could easily auto compound, auto rebalance, set take profit stop losses, so people can sleep at night when they're liquidity providing and not monitor, and well, do everything manually. So that's a TLDR. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Hawkfi. Thanks for being here. Banks, GG, would you like to give yourself a quick intro to the audience?
Hey, lovely to be here. Amazing guests. Banks is a borrowing and lending protocol where you can borrow and lend against both coins and JPEGs, basically anything in your wallet. And it's a bit different from what you might already know in the space because our protocol is order book based. Bottom line, it's a lot more flexible in terms of APRs, in terms of LTV. It gives a lot more choice for people who want to move along their own risk curve and not kind of just, accept the single APR and LTV that a single pool gives you. So that's our claim. And we've just released our V2, which is really cool, nice facelift, new features, and also strong integration with Pyth and Switchboard oracles, which for users means they're going to have a lot more automation available, a lot more sleeping, like what Fai was saying, and less managing. And so thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. We're excited to hear about some of your new launched products and things that are coming too. So thank you so much, Banks, for being here. Ranger Finance, could you give yourself a quick little intro to the audience?
Hey, yeah, hi. Thanks for this. I think this invite. So, personally, I'm Fibonacci or Kobe. Some of you may have seen me around here and there. I'm one of the co-founders of Ranger Finance. Basically, my experience has been in the TradFi space, and I think for the past couple of years, I'm more into the institutional TradFi, institutional crypto arena. Before I think for the OTC and trading side of things. So Ranger, what does Ranger do? I think for us at Ranger, we're building a aggregator platform. And by that, we're first launching, our first product was actually the Solana's first PubDex aggregator, which currently aggregates 2 venues. And in I would say about 1 or 2 weeks time, we'll be aggregating 2 more venues. Well, you guys can guess which venues those are. But yeah, so do give us I think a try. We are now currently live, and the referrals are live. So I think more things to come, like by the end of this week. And yeah, that's just me in a nutshell.
Sweet. We're excited to hear from you, and thank you so much again for being here. Lulo, could you please intro yourself?
Yeah, GM, this is Maurice. I am also up here as a speaker, but right now I'm behind the Lulo account. We are Solana's original lending aggregator, but we like to think of ourselves as a DeFi savings app or a stablecoin savings app. We just released protected and boosted deposits, which are our latest products or features, and can't wait to kind of dive into it at your leisure.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Lulo. Maurice, I would love to hear from you. You're with you're with Lulo, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay. Say, can we hear from you with Jito? I would love to hear from you and give a quick intro of what you guys are doing.
What's up, guys? My name is Zano, CTO and co-founder at Jito. Jito pretty much offers a suite of products that maximizes Solana performance and validator and staker yield. Those products include an MBV system we call the Block Engine. We contribute to the Jito Solana stake pool. And then also recently launched restaking to kind of tie everything in together.
Thank you so much. And did you say Zano, right?
Yeah, or Seg, whichever one.
Or Seg, okay, perfect. And last but not least, Orbit, could you give us a quick intro on who you guys are and what you do?
Yeah, hey guys, this is Ryan. I am one of the co-founders of Orbit. We essentially are a ChatGPT for automating on-chain actions across 117 blockchains and close to 200 protocols. So super happy to be here and excited to chat.
Sweet, thank you so much. Guys, again, if you're watching, if you can, like the space, share it, repost it, because what you're about to get into today in the DeFi conversation, you're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to, you want to spread the word so we can get as many people in here to hear from these brilliant minds. And also, on the Twitter space post, if anybody in the audience has a question that you want us to ask for anybody in the panel, please shoot your comments underneath that Twitter space post, and I'll be monitoring. I'm Soul Maniac, and I'll be monitoring all those comments underneath to make sure all your questions get answered, so we can make sure that you guys, the audience, are taken care of also. So if you have any questions at any time, use the space link. It's pinned to the top of the space, and throw a comment, but also like and repost it too, so we can spread the word of what's going on here. And by the way, we are Kaizen. Omi, I would love to see if you can give a quick little intro of who Kaizen is for any of our new audience members.
Yeah, in a nutshell, Kaizen is the largest NFT data aggregator and educational hub on Solana. So if you want to discover and learn what NFTs are, if you want to keep track of the space, we do have our website. But recently we've been working a lot on like new bots on Discord and Telegram, and I won't get into it. But basically, we are trying to roll out a whole suite of informational data products that will help you find alpha and stay updated on the space. Thanks, Dominic.
Sweet. That's us. And so let's get into this space. That's what you guys came in here for. And I want to just kind of start off because I think the sector of DeFi, right? Decentralized finance, right? It's so huge and the opportunities are so vast. And I think we have a good spread of the different opportunities in the space. In your guys' own words, could you guys give our audience a little description of what you think DeFi is? And if you want to just raise your hand or unmute, works for us. But what's your definition of DeFi for our audience? Yeah, go for it, Crypto.
Yeah, I think the way I like to explain it is that in real life, you are the customer of the bank. And there's absolutely no way you're going to be able to jump on the other side. Okay. So you can go to the bank, you can buy their products, you can borrow money from them, but it's a one-sided relationship. And I think the beauty of DeFi is that it opens up both sides of the game for everybody. So you're not stuck like you would be in real life, being just a borrower. You can lend also. You don't have to go through a middleman to buy digital goods or to buy coins or to open positions. You can do it by yourself. Obviously, protocols make that easier for you, but essentially you are first person user of financial services on all sides of the story. It's like all your life you've been going to the bar and getting your drink, and now you can choose. You can get your drink, or you can go on the other side and make drinks for other people. It's up to you, and it's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, that was that was well put. I think, you know, in the 80s, 90s, when digital trading started to become a thing, that was a great innovation. And then you started having credit card companies come out to kind of make things more frictionless. Well, we've now created a new game with new rules called DeFi. And the way I view it is like the number one value prop in my mind is permissionless access to capital markets. And then the number two thing is DeFi creates this open source set of standardized protocols around what's essentially the banking system. So it just makes everything easier and more frictionless.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of piggyback on Maltese and Seg, both incredibly well put. For me, I always explain to newcomers or people discovering Lulo in particular, the DeFi or decentralized finance allows you to be your own bank, and it puts the power of your money back in your control. In the traditional financial system, it really only works and benefits those at the very top, and it's wrought with intermediaries and middlemen taking money at every turn. In DeFi, we cut out the majority of those middlemen and intermediaries, allowing the person who owns the assets or the money or the NFTs to retain the value that they can earn off of it or from having it.
I've like the whole DeFi ecosystem right now has literally been the way I see it shifting too, and the exciting things that like the products that we're talking about. Um, for me, I'm borderline. I'm United States based, and I'm borderline so close to literally just getting rid of all my fiat and just going strictly like stablecoin, strictly crypto, and using decentralized finance because I've found ways now where I'm no longer like locked to fiat. Like I don't have to have fiat in order to transact in the real world anymore. And like I'm literally so close to literally just ditching it all in the US dollar and start using fiat or it's not fiat, sorry, like decentralized finance opportunities because I get better returns in my like a savings account I can use it as. I would get like 3 times the return. I'll have way more borderless opportunities for my money. And I can then take part of like what Seg was saying, the like the digital markets. Lulu, I see your hands raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on one thing very quickly, and it is related to Lulo, but it completely relates to what you were just saying, which is, you know, moving your money out of the traditional system into the decentralized system. And all last year, I went, all over the world and all over the country talking about Lulo with different people, and it was really really surprising to learn that like most people just keep their dollars in a checking or savings account at one of the major banks, Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, etc. And these banks offer you on average 0.59% APY on your money, which doesn't even fight inflation. So it's these very basic improvements like using Lulo for your savings account versus leaving your money in a bank that can completely transform not only people's lives, but the whole landscape of what it means to manage your own finances or do personal finances.
Yeah, and that's what for me is like one of the most frustrating things is like 0.5%. That's worthless. That doesn't do anything for me, and the bank's making way more than that. But I can go throw it in a stable coin liquidity pool or something and get 15%. All right, I don't want to capitalize. Does anyone else want to talk about their definition of DeFi?
There's one thing I might add is that if you look at the last, say, 500, 1,000 years of history, the information has been incredibly centralized, and it's only in the past few years that via the web everybody has been able to say whatever they want, create content, communicate to a wide audience without being gate-kept by media. But this is an extremely recent thing. The whole history of humanity, information has been completely centralized by governments and religions and a mixture of the two. And so far, this revolution that the web has brought in communication has been limited to communication. It has not gone through to money, which is arguably more important. So I think DeFi is that moment where, like Maurice was saying, we take control of the money back, like we did with communication with the web, with blogs, with Twitter, and DeFi is just that, but for money.
I love that. I love that. I also want to invite all the speakers too. I forgot to mention this earlier, but if you have anything you'd like to pin at the top of the space in regards to your platform or your product, feel free. Go ahead and pin that for the audience so they can check that out. I saw Lulu did it and reminded me to say that. So feel free, pin something up there if you want it. But I love that Lulu just did it. I love that. All right, so. Let's continue on some of this conversation. And I wanna kind of talk about you guys are some of the leaders in building and doing some of the amazing things in DeFi on Solana. And what are you guys kind of seeing right now if you compared the Solana DeFi state to like say Ethereum's? How are you guys feeling to that? And is Solana kind of breaking out as a top dog in this, or do we kind of have a little more space to go before Solana kind of takes over the Ethereum space? What do you guys think in regards to that? Because I think Ethereum's a big one to have a comparison with. Yeah, go for it, Ranger. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so I think that's the one thing that I've been like telling. I think many people kind of like I go around meeting. Been in Solana since I think the NFT craze era, minting DeGods and stuff like this and Aurorians. and all. So I love how like Solana kind of built up its community, its core users and contributors, everything from from I think the NFT space, built up really strong one core pillar. And fast forward now to what it is now, DeFi seems to be the other strong pillar that's kind of like reinforcing and like attracting a lot of attention. So you see, like, of course, Jupiter is one of the 10 poles within it. You see Camino and all. So I think comparing Solana and Ethereum in itself, especially in the past 1 month, like I think all the attention on Solana in the past 1 month, we are pretty much very near an inflection point where there are more and more funds and more people kind of like taking a look at Solana itself, and not only the traditional crypto people, but also I think some of those who are from outside of crypto. Like no thanks to, for example, like I think the Trump meme completed a little part, although that's not necessarily DeFi, but it does attract some eyes into, I think, the Solana ecosystem and bring some money into the Solana ecosystem. And when these idle funds are there, that's when I think it gives even normies and all a chance to kind of like try out the DeFi side. Especially so when the UX and UI for the Solana DeFi ecosystem, I would say it's a lot better than what we've seen in some of the incumbent players. So yeah.
Sorry, Hawkpie. You go for it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was gonna say I think we definitely have the right fundamentals. The velocity of money on Solana has been outperforming pretty much every other chain. Money here is fast moving, it's not stagnant. dApps are producing real revenue as well. Real world assets are coming to Solana. And other just real world use cases, you talk about DePIN and whatnot, are coming to Solana as well. So I think we have the right fundamentals, but in terms of mindshare and recognition, it's not there yet. Like, if you walk on the street, you talk to any normie, most people still only know Bitcoin and Ethereum. They don't really know about Solana. And I think that will take time. It takes a much longer period of time to permeate through culture and mindshare, right? But I think what's good is that, we've been building throughout the bear market, going through the ups and downs on Solana. We might think that we're not really early, but actually in the grand scheme of things and the huge potential of the internet capital markets that Solana could become, in that sense, we are still early. And what I really like is that since we have been going through the bull and bear and the ups and downs, I like how a lot of the builders on Solana and most of you guys here actually have a very strong underdog mentality, which I think was forged throughout the camaraderie of the bear market. And I hope that's something we don't lose even when Solana achieves that, that recognition and mindshare as the leading chain, the on-chain Nasdaq in the future. Just keep focusing on fundamentals, keep shipping, and maintain that underdog mentality.
That was beautiful. Can I say something controversial?
Yeah,
'Cause I have
dude.
to
Please.
hop in a few minutes. So basically, I think a reason for Solana's success is you have to be somewhat optimistic on the future of the world to be really successful, right? So when you're like fundamentally when the network is fundamentally filled with teams that are capitalists, essentially, that are trying to make money by giving people good products, you get good products because people will pay for good products. And you believe that you have sort of like an abundance mindset. Now, when like fundamentally the leaders on a chain are socialists, that's a very negative outlook on life, or even like to the extreme, like end of the spectrum communism, right? Because you believe that people cannot actually accumulate wealth on their own, and that we need to somehow always be altruistic and give handouts to people. So you fundamentally have a negative outlook. So Solana's always been positively outlook on sort of like hardware constraints, right? What's the fastest network we can run given decently priced hardware today? Let's call it $2,000 a month per validator server. That seems reasonable to me to require that for a system that's essentially going to run the global economy. Whereas, on a chain like Ethereum, you're fundamentally optimizing for the third world, where you're like, oh, well, this needs to run on a Raspberry Pi. Well, I'm sorry, but financial markets don't run in countries that don't have access to good, decent commodity hardware. So that's my take there.
No, I love that. I love that hot take. We love a hot take here. We don't always need yes men. The no men are what honestly help push things forward because it puts things into perspective.
Thank you. Well, thanks guys for having me. I got to hop here. I got another call. I appreciate you guys. Keep building.
Okay,
Thanks,
Sag, thank you so much for hanging out. Have a great rest of your day, dude.
I would love to just chime in here on this. So one thing that I did, I second everything I've heard, and I wanted to add one thing about the Trump. I heard Ranger comment on the Trump token. So fun fact, that weekend, Trump launched his token, Moonshot, which everyone knows was like the main driver of people buying the token, saw 4 million users each day over that weekend. Now they're down to about 100K a day. So clearly, launching a meme coin is not going to bring the masses alone into Solana. But I think the original question was, how does Solana DeFi compare to Ethereum? And when I came into Solana Q1 2021, it was everything DeFi was supposed to be, in terms of like the ability to the chain itself made that possible. Like the low transaction fees and the speed of use and the UX was just so phenomenal. And I was coming from Ethereum where it was cost prohibitive and value destroying for me to do anything in DeFi. So up until I came into Solana, my DeFi experience was very, very low, even though I had been in crypto or Bitcoin since 2011. And I'm not a whale, I'm not wealthy, but like I loved the promise of what crypto is supposed to be, which is this great equalizer of the world. And when Solana came onto the scene, I finally, for once, felt that in my core and I saw it coming to fruition in real life. Now, just to kind of double click on that a bit, you look at like the modular or the L2 narrative, I feel like it fractures liquidity and it makes it really hard for people who are new to actually participate. Whereas on Solana, you can come into the network and immediately start using everything and participate, and it's affordable and people are friendly, and we all want, I think the builders in the DeFi ecosystem want people to win together.
100. I feel the same way. Like ever since I've been in Solana, that's how I felt with everything and the different projects, the different the companies building in different. I mean, all different sectors across the board. Solana's like a place where they build together, not against each other. And I think also what mentioning going back to what you were mentioning of like the barrier to entry with Solana is so attractive that you don't have to deal with the transaction fees. You don't have to deal with slower speed transactions. Like it's all instant, right? You want to move your money, it happens instant. You want to it's initiate a transaction and get it in an LP, it's instant, right? Like there's no waiting on Solana, and I love that. I don't want to move on too fast. If anyone else has something to say on this topic in regards to Solana, kind of comparison to Ethereum.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Kind of an open question. And my question is, how long is it going to take for investors in all these L2s that are launching to demand their devs to just move the whole thing to Solana and call it a day? Because ultimately, 80% of that stuff could have just been a Solana app, not a whole L2. Come on, man. Just do a Solana app. That's the way.
I like that. I like that. Does anyone else have a opinion with that? That's a good one.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I think we're seeing teams do that already. Time.fun is a decent example. I know they were building on one of the L2s, and they just ended up remaking their product for Solana. But yeah, I think the L2 narrative in general is not user friendly, right? Like try to explain to someone going to Polygon that, you know, they need to pay for transaction fees in Matic, but they can't get to the network without ETH. And then if they want to use stable coins, they need to have a ecosystem specific one. I mean, the issues go on, so on and so forth.
It's the simple fact that you had to say that team was building on one of the L2s. I mean, it
Exactly.
just
Yes,
shows there are too
exactly.
many. There are too many.
Exactly.
It does. I remember trying to use, I forget what I was even doing, but trying to use Polygon. It was a mess. It was so, I was getting so frustrated because I thought I had the right Ethereum base layer to do the transaction, and it's like, no, you're gonna need to go swap it for the Matic one. I was getting so frustrated. I was like, if it's on Ethereum, it should just work. If it's ETH, it should just be ETH, right? If it's the L2 of ETH, just make it ETH. And I think that's I think Solana's proven to show that like it can be simpler, a much easier and a seamless transaction to do. Um, One of the things I also wanted to kind of talk about is what are some of the key narratives that you guys are seeing shaping up in 2025? I know we've talked about Trump coin, and for me, Trump coin isn't one of the narratives that I want to get into, but one of the things I know, which is semi tied to Trump coin, is World Liberty Finance, which I think that could be one of the biggest narratives shaping up in 2025 for DeFi. But I don't want to get too dive into that. I want to see what your guys' narratives are when it comes to 2025 in the DeFi space.
I think Lulo is very well positioned. I think it's something that can really help normies understand what we were saying earlier. You know, just drop the bank. You get all that paperwork, all that shit for 0.5. Come over to Lulu and get your 5, 10, 15 even sometimes. And that's right now for me, that is the single easiest thing I can think of to explain to a normie what crypto is aside from speculation. And so hopefully we will have more and more of projects like these that can extremely simple, solid value prop that anyone can understand outside of crypto. And so I don't know if it's going to be the narrative, and I don't know if this is alpha, but the narrative I would like to see and I dream of is people realizing that crypto is actually super useful and not a pump and dump. Because outside of crypto, unfortunately, that is still quite, I don't know if prevalent, but definitely a sentiment that is there. And we need products like these that prove them wrong, that prove in a very easy way that you can use crypto and it's just so much better. We know. It's the people outside we need to show them.
I can't help myself because Maltese was so kind as to invoke our name. Lulo, at Lulo, and me personally, I think 2025 is the year of meme coins because that narrative started in arguably 2022, 2023, but kind of took mind share end of 24. But meme coins and stable coins. And naturally, Lulo is very well positioned for a stable coin related product. We are already seeing David Sachs, Trump's new AI and crypto czar, speaking openly and intentionally about stablecoins. And stablecoins solve real world issues. Uh, I, speaking for myself, believe stablecoins are the single greatest product to ever come out of crypto. And if it's not the single greatest product, it's the single greatest concept. Why? Most people around the world don't have financial literacy, and a lot of people, if not vast majorities of the world, don't have access to good or useful banking, right? you see emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, even in the Middle East, where people don't have access to banking and they use alternative forms of value to transfer value and wealth between each other. For instance, in Nigeria, people were using phone credits, right? Because it was tangible, it was useful, and there is no access to banking. So by integrating stable coins into more products, into people's mind share, into the opportunities that are provided to people, you drop borders, right? You gain this opportunity to do remittances without paying MoneyGram 30-40% of your money. I don't know if anybody's ever had that experience, but like I was debanked at a young age. My credit was ruined. My credit score didn't basically was completely messed up, and I had to cash checks from work at MoneyGram. They took 20 or 30%, and then I had cash. And then some places didn't want to take cash. So there was just like all of these different loops and issues. So I'll zoom back out and say I think 2025 is the year of meme coins and stable coins. I think we're going to see more and more adoption. We just saw Meow, which is a merchant processing system, integrate USDC or stablecoin payments. We saw PayPal launch PYUSD end of last year. Anybody who's unfamiliar, PayPal owns Venmo. Venmo is one of the biggest peer-to-peer payment apps in the US, arguably in the world. So we are going to just see more and more stablecoin infrastructure and stablecoin use proliferate. And I think it's because it is the most obvious, the easiest to understand. Digital dollars are not something someone needs to struggle to wrap their head around. And I've now been ranting, so I'm going to stop and not hog all the air here.
No, you're good, Lilo. I actually have a question because stable coins, right? I know how to use them. I semi understand them. But I want to know if this is maybe a potential issue when it comes to stable coins, right? So stable coins like say USDC or USDT, to my understanding, the 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 value comes from the so say it's Circle, they have a 1-to-1, so $1 for every one USDC. I don't know if I'm correct in saying that. I'm assuming I am. But say if we're moving away from a fiat system in the future, totally the world is potentially shifting away from a fiat system. Does that present a problem with the stable coin being backed by a fiat dollar? And is maybe that where something like a Bitcoin reserve comes in to stabilize that? Like, I'm more wondering if there a potential issue in the future coming if we're shaping away from fiat.
Oh man, I could double click on so many things that you said, and I love that. That was a great question, great statement. I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand all of the aspects there. So, first thing I would say is, have you ever tried to calculate what it would cost to buy a coffee in Satoshis or fractions of a Solana? No,
No.
right? It's really hard, right? And it's not practical. And if you're using Bitcoin as a store of value, do you want to transact in it, right? I know dollars are held as a holding as a way to like maintain or hold value, but it's a medium of exchange, which is really important to like highlight, right? You need to be able to pay your bills. You need to be able to buy food and buy groceries and whatever, transact in real life. The dollar is the strongest currency brand in the world. It's the reserve currency for most nations, and it's not produced or backed in their nation, right? Like the dollars are from the US, but it's the world's reserve currency. I personally don't see the dollar going away anytime soon. And we see Trump and the whole, American hegemony and pushing the narrative of like America first and being at the forefront and leadership. They're going to do their best to maintain the power of the dollar. So that's like part of what I wanted to comment on. And then the other thing I'd say is you are right. So USDC is backed 1-to-1 over collateralized actually. So it's 1-to-1, but they have extra collateral just in case in reserve. If you're an institution and you had 50,000 USDC, you have a relationship with Circle. If you need to redeem it, you can redeem it. Shouldn't be a problem. There are other stable coins like USDS, which is backed by a basket of crypto and treasuries and other things. And then you have USDT, which is actually one of the largest, I think the fifth largest holder of US debt, treasury bonds in the world. And then you had something like UST Tether, uh, the algorithmic stablecoin, completely fall apart in 2023, right? And that's a great example of where you do need fiat to back the actual stablecoin itself. So, me personally, as much as I do not like the idea that the government prints dollars and that, you know, your dollar is losing purchasing power day by day if it's not working for you due to inflation, the reality is we are not going to escape the dollar. The dollar is here to stay, and I would rather integrate it into the system we work within than completely try to replace it, because I don't think that's going to work.
That was super helpful. Thank you so much for that. No, seriously, it was like because that's something I've been kind of thinking on of like if that's shifting, is that like a weakness but no, that's super helpful. Thank you for that, Lulo. One of the things I think that was a great conversation. I'm trying to remember what my original thought was with it all. I can't remember it now. But what key innovations are needed for DeFi to go mainstream? If we want DeFi to start breaking into and maybe even competing against the centralized banking system, what are some things that maybe we need to see happen in DeFi for it to begin going mainstream in 2025 of some of the things that we've been talking about today? And Orbit, did I miss your hand, Orbit? Wasn't your hand up?
Yeah, it was. I was just going to talk about the fractional reserve banking component of stablecoins, but
Oh yeah,
Lulo,
go for that. Sorry,
no.
that was what it was in the back of my head. I was like, I was like, what was it? And I was like, oh yeah, Orbit had its hand up. So
No,
go for it.
you're good. You're good. I mean, Lulo pretty much hit on it already. So all I was going to mention was that yeah, they have like a bunch of T bills. I think like stablecoins are also going to be a huge helping hand for the U.S. when they do the auctions for treasuries. So I think part of the reason they're also super behind stablecoins right now is because the demand for treasuries has kind of been falling over the last I think 5 years or so, maybe longer. And with that falling of demand, interest rates rise. And so, like, you essentially have like a system where if USDC and USDT and all these other ones essentially come to market and they have very clear regulation, you can then push the demand for the dollar more globally, and then effectively, consequently, have a higher demand for T bills. So. Yeah, I think like Lulu hit on all the points, so that's why I put my hand down. But like, yeah, I mean, I think he did a great job of explaining everything across all the different stable coins. Um, but I'm like super bullish on stable coins and effectively like just making it really simple for people to get into crypto. I think Lulo has a great product. We've implemented them on Orbit, so people can use Lulo inside of Orbit if they want to use it with AI agents. We'll help automate that as well. But it's I think it's going to be a really bright future here pretty soon. I think we have a lot of converging technologies this year that I'm super excited about. So I think stablecoins is one, AI is another, and crypto as well. So this is great. And I think Solana also is extremely well positioned, as everyone else has also mentioned on today's space. So I think it's super exciting times.
Oh yeah, I think Solana's peak position. Go for it, crypto.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely worth mentioning AI. I think it didn't stand out early in the conversation because it's, I think, like right now, like these kind of past couple of weeks, AI has kind of gone past its maybe its hype cycle. But at the same time, I think today, the acceleration is amazing, which means that if you've been around in crypto for a while, you will know that a lot of stuff that we've said earlier, here on the show, is stuff that people have been saying since like 2017. I mean, a lot of what Maurice says, and we're all going to have a laugh here, is kind of like half of it was like the original XRP value prop.
100%.
So what I'm saying here is that we were saying this shit in like 2017, and here we are in 2025, and it's kind of coming to fruition. It's real. It's becoming real, and I think this cycle of shit becoming real is accelerating to a point that I'm not sure if everybody's appreciating. And so I honestly don't think AI is past its peak and okay, let's see what happens next cycle kind of thing. I think within this cycle, we've had a bit of hype, we've had a bit of, oh, look, you can do this with AI. But then at the end of the day, a lot of stuff worked, was middling. But I think in just a few months, we're going to start seeing really, really useful stuff. People kind of having breakthroughs and saying, "Oh, look, I'm using this AI. It works so well. Super efficient, made me money and stuff." And that's when I think the AI comeback is going to be. When there's going to be that PMF beyond the hype, and I think it's still happening this cycle.
I agree. AI for me is one of the. I love DeFi. I get super excited about DeFi, and I get super excited about AI. Like I think, and if you combine them together, the power that I think that could be extremely powerful for the future of like just opportunity, right, for the consumer. Yeah, go for it, Lulu.
Yeah, I would love to add here, like, one thing that I think is incredibly cool that I think people don't necessarily think of a lot, but with regards to Lulo and Orbit and just AI and the traditional financial system versus the DeFi one, as AI evolves and we have more and more agents working on our behalves, I've thought about this recently. Like, imagine an AI agent trying to get a bank account, right? Imagine an AI agent attempting to go through KYC at Bank of America. It can't happen, right? So there you have this like incredible use case where Orbit really comes into play, where it can manage your finances for you. It can save money with Lulo. It can go do strategies, and it's all operating autonomously, and I think it's super cool.
It's kind of like having your own personal like manager, like your personal finance guy that's a professional and manages your money. You don't even got to think about it. That's actually a crazy thought to think of. Kind of scary, like to actually give that power over, but also that's like super exciting. That's actually a really cool thought. Man, Orb, is that kind of what you guys are trying to do? Is like creating that partner with you on managing your money? So I'm a little new to Orbit and Lulo. This is my first exposure to you guys, so I'm really stoked.
Yeah. So we essentially have like an AI agent that can assist you in onboarding, helping get funds on chain. We support a whole bunch of chains, but our deepest support is on Solana. Kind of our idea is to actually gravitate and pull more capital into Solana to help with that user experience, so people don't have to figure out a whole bunch of different chains and stuff. Um, but yeah, the idea is you have this assistant that kind of helps handholds you, gives you this white glove experience, so you can kind of walk through and get into crypto quite easily, help automate on-chain actions. So rather it be meme coin trading or it's stablecoin yield, you can kind of talk to Orbit and help get that and have like a portfolio there for you. We've had people make money on Trump token and Jailstool and other meme coins by automating agents and on-chain actions while they sleep. And then we are also doing stuff like with Lulo, which I'm really excited about. So, I mean, just real quick backstories, like, me and my co-founder, we did like a TED talk about like accessibility inside of crypto and like what this does for the world. Like that was a few years ago at MIT, and that was like really that was what got me into it again. Like I got into the space originally in 2017 by doing a Bitcoin trading bot with two AI algorithms that I combined. But I see the real promise is really in the stable coins and the just DeFi as a whole. So I get really excited about that. But I think meme coins are always fun to mess with too. So you know, it's yeah, but that's what we're mainly focused on is kind of enabling people to do all kinds of things across Solana and other chains.
Man, that is really dope. Especially if you can get the brain of an AI agent like that can research entire strategies and opportunities. Man, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, yeah, like on the meme coin trading side, like we'll have some crazy stuff come out on that here pretty soon. Um, a lot of people's original strategies were very easy to automate, and they kind of set that up on our platform. What we'll be doing pretty soon is we'll pull in something like 50 plus data points and help automate transactions for you, but give you the granularity. So if you want to say like, hey, uh, like send it to me before any action happens. Like we'll make sure it's sent to you before any action. You get like a notification, kind of like a moonshot. But also if you just want to be like, hey, if I'm gonna go to sleep and I don't want to miss anything, so if you see anything good, just put in $50 or $10 or whatever. Try it out. Like you could do that as well. So we've seen a lot of user demand on that, especially with all these recent celebrity tokens and stuff like that. So um, yeah, super stoked.
Thank you for that, Orbit. Yeah, that is extremely exciting. One of the other questions I had before we kind of get towards the end of the space where we get to hear from each project and the alpha that's coming in 2025. One of the last questions I have is where did it just go? Sorry, just right here. Will aggregators and routing optimizations redefine how users are able to trade? Well, the importance, I know we have HawkFi and Ranger, and Ranger's an aggregator. HawkFi has a lot of analytics and data. Will that redefine how we're able to trade and interact with DeFi protocols?
I'll chime in here
Yeah.
and say, I mean, yes, definitely. I mean, this is the natural progression and evolution of DeFi on any chain, right? You start with the primitives first, the DEXs, the lending protocols, and everything, and then the space gets a bit more crowded, and then things get fragmented, and whether it be an existing, like a veteran user or a newbie coming into Solana DeFi, they would be confused on like which DeFi protocol or DeFi primitive to interact with, what are the pros and cons of each one of them, which one offers them the best risk return or risk adjusted return based on their risk appetite. And that's where, like, you know, a lot of the aggregators here, like HawkFi, Lulo, Ranger, helps users come in or get onboarded into Solana DeFi by making well-informed decisions. Uh, like the big pain point here is people are going in blind or they don't have full vision on the entire DeFi landscape. And so that's where data comes in to help people basically, you know, make a more well-informed decision that is best for them. And that's only one part of the equation, right? That's how analytics helps, you know, these degens not ape blindly. The second part, which is equally or maybe even more of a, what is it? As a lifesaver for these users is the automations, because many times a lot of these transactions are done very manually. You have to go through many different clicks, many different transactions, you know, deposit, deposit, approve transactions, sign transactions, and then you have to withdraw, and then you have to rebalance, you have to swap, you have to adjust the ratios and things like that. And that's where a lot of the automation comes in to remove this bottleneck to adoption and remove as much friction as possible for these users. So I'd say, like, although all of us operate in different spaces over here, let's say in lending and perps and for HawkFi and liquidity providing, we all have very similar first principles, which is helping users make well-informed decisions with data and removing friction to user experience with automations.
Thank you so much, Hoffy. That was awesome. Ranger, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, so exactly, like I 100% agree with what Hopfi mentioned on that. So like removing friction, I think aggregators in this space really is a natural progression because I think since couple of years back when DeFi first kind of came out, how its progression was that it's kind of like emulating and building better what traditional finance systems are. Be it from the bank side of things or even like from the front facing to users and all. I think the next real big evolutions, one is aggregator, the other one is of course derivatives in terms of not only perps but also options. Within the institutional space, I think derivatives, especially options, is already exploding. So it's only it's only soon that you'll come back in another greater and better form to the on-chain space too. And on to the aggregator side, it's if you're producing the forex and all, I think aggregators are flying off everywhere. I think those are the pillars of trading and all. So that's what, like for example, what Ranger's kind of trying to build to. It helps remove friction for users because users can come on, using aggregator, help them, for example, like Lulo, accurately pinpoint which has the best yields, which fits their risk profile. As opposed to you going to A, B, C to kind of like compare individually and all. It's something that kind of decides for you and like gives you the option to choose. Secondly, and like for the perp aggregator space or even like spot aggregation, you have a system, a smart order router, which actually chooses and let you ascertains for you which venue gives you the lowest price to buy and it gives you the highest price to sell. It chooses for you, like net of fees and everything. It makes it so much simpler rather than jumping from exchange A to B to C and all. So I think that's one thing, especially on the app side of things. So I think it is still kind of in a sense underappreciated in a way. Spot side, yes, definitely. I think it's grown quite huge with much more to grow. But I think the other spaces within DeFi is still kind of unexplored in that sense. In like aggregating all this, and it's really important for like for even new users, be it institutionals or even retail, to kind of come in and even for a new chain, some guy from ETH or which other chains coming to Solana, they're like, shit, I have no idea, where should I go? Which is the best platform to use? And then they just go to aggregator and just compare everything else. Like everything is there available for them. It chooses for them, helps them make informed decisions. Yeah, in which protocol to use, and also of course on the analytics side, like even for us, I think we kind of aggregate analytics. Yeah, exactly what I think the Hoppi mentioned. So yeah, I would say it's coming strongly. I think in 2025 even beyond. Just when in doubt for DeFi space, I would say just look towards TradFi, and like it would give some hint, of course not 100%, but it gives some hint of how things will develop, grow, and be better. The TradFi, of course.
No, I love that. That was so good. Thank you guys for that insight on data aggregation and also the aggregation of price and real time value. As we're getting to the end of the space, I would love to just get into the part where we kind of dive into what is each project doing in 2025, what can we get excited for, and what can we look out for of what you guys are building. Again, if you're in the audience and you haven't done so and you have a question, feel free, go to the pinned spaces tweet up at the top and put your comment. If you got a question, if you got something you want to ask one of these brilliant minds, put it down there. I'm monitoring it, so I'll make sure that gets asked if it's for a specific project or just in a broad general sense, and we'll get into that. But I'd like to start to transition into, let's hear from each project of what they're doing and what we can get excited for in 2025. Crypto, you're at the top for me, so would you like to start going into banks and what you guys maybe just launched and some of the exciting things coming up?
Absolutely. Well, first thing, for the life of me, I have not been able to pin a tweet. I've clicked everything in the desktop Twitter UI. I think it's something you can do maybe from mobile, but not from desktop. But so to get really excited about banks in 2025, you should go to our banks_GG or click on the icon you see in the speakers and look at our pinned tweet, because there's a kind of explanatory video which says it all. But yeah, for 2025, I think what we're going to be doing is, well, definitely we're going to add a lot of multipliers, because people love multipliers, you know, like you see on Camino and many other places. We also do multipliers, but I think we have a little bit of an edge there because we have extremely low fees. Because the order book model allows us to have lower fees in general, and because the order book model allows lenders more flexibility and more risk, and the result is you have much higher multipliers. Like right now, for instance, you have the LRSTS Sol, restaked Sol, and on banks you can multiply it up to 66x, which is kind of, you know, kind of one digit more than you usually see. And so in the next few weeks, we're going to be rolling out these multipliers like mushrooms. So we're going to have multipliers for Sinatra, Y Sol, which is synthetic staked Sol, which already has an amazing yield by itself. And all the flash trade LP tokens. So a lot of that. And then we're going to be rolling out a lot of vaults, because vaults, it kind of bridges the gap, you know, between the complexity of the order book, which is a bit of a challenge, you know, for banks, and the ease of just one-click depositing. So lenders are going to be able to not really need to understand how their offer should work, how the whole thing is. Just, you know, drop the SOL, drop the USDC in whatever you feel is the highest and safest yield in your risk, on your risk curve, and go for it. So that's really cool. It's already live. You can see it. We don't have many vaults right now because we launched like yesterday kind of thing. But it's already there. You can try it, and you already have some huge deals. And so yeah, I think mainly in a nutshell for 2025, banks, highest multipliers, lowest fees, a ton of assets that you just don't find anywhere else, literally. So yeah, keep following and keep the genning into banks.
Thank you so much for that. That is awesome. We knew me and Omi have been waiting for the Banks 2.0 to launch and this new exciting thing. And so we're really excited to have you on today to hear from that and hear what you guys are doing. And so to hear about these vaults and the multipliers, that's pretty big, especially the fact that this is a double digit multiplier, right? That's, like you said, that's not something you hear often.
Yeah, it's due to, I mean, it's a combination of really low fees and custom risk management. And so, like, we have one of our investors who just put in 10K SOL in our vaults to multiply our LRSTS SOL up to 66x. And I mean, it's not like some random degen throwing in his fartcoin gains. These guys, you know, not know what they're doing, but they couldn't do it before on other platforms, because on pool models, the risk is dictated by the pool or by the protocol or maybe by the DAO. But at the end of the day, there's just one risk position, one APR, one LTV. But on banks, anybody can choose. And in fact, if anyone in the audience would like to run a vault with us on a specific set of assets they have, you know, knowledge of, just hit me up. I know Clutch there in the audience is going to run one soon. Totally degen vault. It's going to be so fun.
And a quick question I have for you, Banks, on this. I'm familiar with like the multiplier in Camino. Is it similar to kind of like that, or is it a little different?
I think it's a little, I would say, mostly very similar. The mechanics are identical. Like, you start with an asset, use it to borrow, use the borrowed to get more of that asset and increase your position. Difference is, since we are P2P, we don't have slam liquidation. Like what happens on banks when you reach your real, if things go down, downhill for you and you reach your liquidation LTV on other protocols, you just get liquidated, bam, like that. On banks, you get terminated. That gives you actually 3 more days, either for you to repay and reclaim your collateral, or for another lender who has maybe high risk tolerance to actually buy that loan off the market and keep it for themselves. So I would say that's the only major difference. You have this 3-day liquidation window instead of instant.
Okay, that's actually pretty nice to give a little grace period like that. Thank you, Banks, so much for sharing, and I appreciate that. Hawkfi, you're the next one up on the Spaces panel for me. Would you be down to share a little bit of what you guys are doing in 2025 that we can get excited for?
Would love to. I think it's nothing unexpected. We are laser focused on doubling down on what has worked for us so far, which is becoming a true LP aggregator on Solana. We want to be the front page for liquidity providing on Solana, especially once we integrate 3 of the biggest dexes, which is Meteora, Orca, and Radium. So whether a user be interested in earning yield or LPing for major tokens like Sol or meme coins like Fartcoin, you could come to HawkFi, and then kind of like the DEX screener for LPing, you could immediately see which pools or which dexes are best for you to earn yield and LP into, and then you could automate LP strategies over there. So again, just really focusing because we think this is a very deep market with huge potential, especially with so much liquidity and volume coming into Solana. We want to be the liquidity backbone powering that. And also the capitalist view we have for the protocol and users as well is from a fee generation standpoint, it's very profitable for the users. We've been generating millions of fees for users. And from a revenue standpoint as well, it's been great. HawkFi has been generating significant revenue and has been profitable for quite some time now, and we have barely scratched the surface for this. So again, just doubling down on that.
Now, one thing I have a question of when it comes to like the LPs that you were mentioning, would you guys like say if someone came to use an LP on HawkFi and like say if there's Meteora or the different like airdrop farming opportunities, would that still integrate if we used your platform?
Yes, definitely. So in terms of a points program, as most of you may know, Meteora has a points program for their upcoming TGE. So we have dual incentives if you automate Meteora DLMM strategies through HawkFi. So you earn Meteora points and you earn HawkFi points as well. So HawkFi is kind of like it is a self-custodial middle layer we built on top of Orca and Meteora. So when you deposit, you're actually depositing directly into Meteora, Orca, and eventually Radium. But with analytics provided by HawkFi and automations provided by HawkFi as well.
Oh, okay, that's nice to know. And there's HawkFi points. Is that a new thing? Is that some alpha that we should get prepared for?
Sir, yes, sir. I think it's not new. I think it's just something that's an ongoing homework for us to keep amplifying so more people know about it. But yeah, it's something that's been ongoing. We have HawkFi points going on, and you could earn dual incentives for both Meteora and HawkFi points.
Awesome. Okay, I love that. That's exciting. Thank you so much, Hawkeye, for sharing that. Ranger, we did not get to Ranger yet, did we? My brain is fogged. We did not do Ranger yet, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah. Thanks for the shout out.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Ranger, can you give us a quick excitement of what's going down in 2025?
Yeah, I would say like short of 2025, I think what's going down probably even for the upcoming 2 months, there'll be quite a number of things that's really gonna like pop up. Well, if you do not know, I think the bulk of our team is currently at Mountain Down, hammering out, building, going nuts over there. And I think the momentum, the energy is insane over there. And like as what is to come in the coming months, especially. So I think I've probably mentioned it before in a number of other like events, spaces and stuff like this. Be prepared for more integrations. Really, it's coming pretty soon for those into the PerpDex aggregator. And of course, after the PerpDex aggregator, sometime later part this year, other products will definitely be aggregating other kind of products within the DeFi space itself. Yeah, and I think for us, we kind of launched during the holiday season back in December, and we're really glad for the support of those who have used our platform, and also at the same time, being engaging with us in our community. I think that's kind of nice to see what that's all that's kind of happening, and yeah, so maybe just a bit of alpha. Later on, I think within the next 24 hours, we will be launching our leaderboard, tracking, I think, trading activity, trading volumes, and all. This is just hot on the heels from 2 days earlier where we launched our referral system. If you haven't seen it, do check out ranger.finance. I think our referral system is there. One big thing about it is that you will get a 70% cut of the fees generated by your referees. So whoever uses your referral code and they start trading, you'll be getting 70% of the fees that they kind of generate from it too. Yeah, so I think that's the one big thing for referral system, and coupled with the leaderboard that's going to come out. And yeah, I think similar to kind of like I think we have some community members that kind of asked us. So like if they are for like for whatever reason, like because Flash doesn't have a token yet, or like Dex B doesn't have a token or whatever. If they want to speculate on the possibility of that, and they want to like, if they trade through Ranger and it ends up getting routed through that DEX, does it count as a trade on that underlying DEX? So yes. So yeah, for that purposes, like you would kind of accumulate trading volume on the underlying perp DEX too. So no worries on that. And of course, like for us, I think at Ranger we would love to kind of like always, as always, reward our early contributors as we kind of like grow along in this journey. Yeah.
That's awesome, Ranger. And so you're a perps dex aggregator, correct? That's the proper term.
Yes, correct. That is, I think I'll say the first product that we released. Yes, the perp dex aggregator. So we aggregate liquidity, trading from different perp dexes. So if you're someone who is not really familiar with perp dex or Solana, come to Ranger. Eventually, once you integrate, I think in most of the perp dex venues, we will help you select what is cheapest for you. Be it if you're longing or shorting or whatever it is, after factoring in all fees, we help you find out which is the best and provide you with the optimal net pricing. Yeah.
Okay, I love that. And like when it comes to the perps that you guys, I assume, provide like leverage and stuff too. So if anybody maybe down there is a day trader and looks for futures trading, like what's your guys' leverage look like?
Yeah, so I would say the leverage wise, currently we are at up to 100x, if I'm not wrong. Yes, 100x. So personally, I don't trade up to 100x. But yeah, I guess there are those who would love to trade at 100x. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
there is an
crazy to
option.
trade with 100x.
Yeah, I'm not that good a trader, like just nailing the exact turning point. So the option's there though. So yeah, it really is for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ranger. I really appreciate you
Yeah.
being here and sharing that stuff. Orbit, can we get to you and then we'll head over to Lulo after that. But Orbit, can we hear from you of what's exciting for 2025?
Yeah. So on our side, we're working on our V2 right now. So that's going to be essentially a much more abstracted user experience, really taking a lot of the user feedback we got from all of the users we've had using it over the last few months, and the particular use cases they really like and enjoy, and really abstracting that and making that much more easier to use. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. We're essentially just, I mean, everyone here is doing all kinds of cool stuff. We're essentially gluing all of the people here kind of together in one hub. So that's kind of more or less like what we've been doing. And I'm super excited to like add more pieces into that. So if anyone here wants to chat after this, let me know. We're always interested in furthering our support inside of Solana. So super excited for what's to come. And yeah, this should be coming out here relatively soon.
Nice, awesome. That's exciting. And like, could you give us maybe a timeline? Like, are we talking like Q1 or maybe Q2 of when it maybe launches?
Oh, probably within the next few days, maybe next week.
Oh shoot.
So we're moving pretty fast. Most of our engineering process is actually built with AI, and most processes in the company is built with AI. So we can actually move really fast, which is I think kind of different from everyone else. That is kind of how we got into doing Orbit a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, so super excited for that.
That is the exciting thing about AI. Like everything can move so much faster. You know, you don't have that like slow lagginess of when you want to launch or release things. So that's exciting. Thank you, Orbit, again for sharing. And then last but not least, Lulo, I would love to hear from you of what you guys are doing in 2025 that we can get excited for with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I said earlier, 2025 is the year of stablecoins, and we are very well positioned for that, in my opinion. We just released on Monday Lulo Protect, which is our latest product release. Two new deposit types, protected and boosted deposits. Um, because we are closing out the space, I'm not going to dig in too deep, but please feel free to ask us questions on the timeline, dig into the docs. Essentially, protected deposits are our answer to everyone asking for insurance. We can't call it insurance. We don't call it insurance. It is not insurance, but it is the closest thing right now available in DeFi that anyone can get access to protect their deposits when participating in DeFi. I'm super excited about it. We're super excited about it. So those two new deposit types are available. If you are still interested in just using Lulo Classic, it's still in the UI, which was just updated. It's called Custom Deposits, and that allows you to lend your stablecoins out through Lulo, and we aggregate them across MarginFi, Camino, Drift, and Save, and you are always earning the best interest possible at the time that you deposit. And then every 60 minutes, we will reroute your deposits if better rates become available. So that's Lulo in a nutshell, as well as the latest product releases. We are working on a consumer app. We've talked a lot in this space about retail, mass adoption, stable coins, the future of personal finance, onboarding more people. And we believe firmly that not only is an iOS and Android app necessary for that, but that's where most personal finance has moved. You see Wealthfront, Betterment, SoFi, so on and so forth. All these fintech apps are very popular, and we are going to go and compete with them. That's the goal. 2025, Lulo is starting to compete with fintech, and we firmly believe that we can do better and be better, and we're really excited about it. Last thing I'd love to touch on is we've built everything to date on user feedback. We thrive off of your feedback. We want your feedback. If you love Lulo, if you hate Lulo, if you want something specific, let us know. Most of what you see today is built off of our brains and influenced by all the feedback we've gotten from our users. So greatly appreciate everyone for listening. Super excited to grow with all these projects up here. And, Solana is the place to be, and we can't wait to continue growing. Yeah, rock and roll.
Heck yeah, I'm excited for that, Lulo. And thank you for being up here. This is my first time being kind of exposed to you guys and really hearing about you. And I don't know how I missed this, but I'm excited to dive in. I want to check out some of the stuff you guys have created. And honestly, after the space, I'm going to be diving into your website. So, because I've been utilizing stable coins a lot and passively trying to make that stuff work instead of using like bank accounts.
Cool.
So,
I'm gonna pretend to not be mad at Omi for not sharing Lulo with you sooner.
I love you.
Love you too.
Oh, that's funny. Well, guys, I just want to thank all the panel guests that have come up here and spent their time with us to just share and chat about DeFi. Really, your guys' insight one, I mean, for me, just as the co-host, has been huge for me, and I hope the audience has been able to gain and earn a lot of knowledge too of the opportunities that are out there. So again, if you are watching or listening to this space right now, if you can share it, repost it, and soon we will have a complete summary of the recorded space of what we talked about, breaking down with timestamps and so on and so forth of the conversation that we had. So maybe you showed up a little late and you want to hear what we already discussed in the past. Soon after this, I'll be working, the co-host Soul Maniac will be working to get this done and a summary out for you. But guys, really, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us and spending this time. It was super insightful, and you guys are brilliant.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks again. Much love.
All right, guys, that was that space. I thought that went really well. I thought that was a great conversation. Let me get on this call real quick. I'm gonna just turn on the music for. All right, there we go. I'm done with that for the morning. We got all this stuff out of the way. I'm a little bummed. This position was doing great. It did exactly what we wanted it to. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you get your probabilities and it doesn't work out, but that's why we use risk management, right? So we, on that trade, we only lost $48. So that's less than what we usually risk, right? We would risk $50. That's our risk. And so the nice thing is, based off last week's good trades, we actually we're still up, right? So we're still positive. So bummed that we had a loss here, but it's okay. Sometimes, right, it doesn't work out. But we had our confluences, and here are my confluences for this trade. I want to do a little trade recap for everybody watching, because I took this trade during the spaces. So what do I see here? One, we took out the London lows, right, with this wick here. We made a higher low with these wicks here and these highs here. We had displacement moving outside of our orb. We had the retest that we require, part of our rule. I entered on the retest because I saw the displacement, entered on the retest, then we broke out and started moving in the direction that we wanted to. I really thought once I saw this, I was like, perfect, we're heading right to 2R. We'll get 2R no time. And then it just started reversing. And so another confluence that I had here, let me erase these guys real quick too. Another confluence that I had here, EMA cross that we had an EMA cross here, right? We had market structure shift here from these highs to this. We had fair value gap form. We had an inverse fair value gap push up here, right? It was looking all really good, and everything was saying it should run up now. It should run up to the London highs and then even to Asia highs and these wicks up here. But then it decided just not to and fall back down to the orb low. So that's why it's very important. Have risk management, have a clean strategy as you're going into the trade. And this morning's just ended up not working out, right? So it's a bummer. You're right. It's not fun to have a losing trade. But again, let me move this over here real quick. It's a bummer to have a losing trade, but I'm not going to win every trade, right? It's just, that's not the reality of what happens when it comes to day trading, right? You don't win every single trade. If you are winning every single trade, I don't know how you're doing it, right? Because that's just not what is realistic. Yeah, it's a bummer that we had this losing trade today, but I really thought this was it. I thought we were good. Once I saw the breakout of the orb, right, that's our strategy. Wait for it to break out of the orb, wait for the retest, and then it push again, and it should run. But this morning it just did not. So maybe this is kind of a fake out, and maybe it's actually heading down, to this daily wick. Let's see what I might take one more position if we break out of the orb to the downside and try a short. But we'll see. We'll see if I get my confluences, because what do I see here? Let's see on the 15. Yeah, man, the 15 looked great. I mean, we had break of structure over here. Oh, you know what I didn't check? I didn't check the news. Today's Thursday. Tentative. Okay, so there was no news when we took the position. And all the news was positive. So actual less than forecast is good. Okay, yeah, we had all bullish news this morning too. Huh. Maybe it's a little liquidity sweep before it pushes up, but that's interesting because it should have done what I wanted it to. Everything was kind of like set up for it, but yeah, dude, the trading lately is just weird. The market has been weird this last couple of weeks, like really weird. Just ugly. Nothing. And you would think, I think a lot of this is just manipulation because with the news, it should not be doing this. We should be seeing very bullish momentum. But I think honestly, the market's getting compressed right now because of all the news. And I think market makers are getting their entries in size before they allow the market to move, because there's way too many bullish news going on. This just looks like, to me, this looks like all manipulation. I mean, just the fact that you have like 11 days in a row of the market literally staying between basically $99,000 Bitcoin and $94,000 Bitcoin, just literally for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days straight. Just literally that's an ugly chart, right? It's super ugly chart. How'd you guys like the DeFi conversation? How'd you guys like that DeFi conversation? Also, I didn't get to say it during the spaces, but GameX150, thank you so much for the follow. I saw you follow while we're in the spaces. I try to like point, like get excited, but thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. We are slowly but surely growing our following on Twitch. Let me check it now. What are we at? That's been what I've been trying to slowly grow and just be consistent with these longer streams and just really grow that audience. But thank you guys so much for the follow. Let's see. We're at 31 followers right now. Goal is to get to 50. And we're getting close to like, I want to get to like, it is like the, I forget what it's called. Affiliate or whatever for Twitch. We're getting there. We're getting our followers. Get 5 people chatting at the same time. Our max was 3. We're getting there slowly but surely, right? But thank you so much for the follow. If you guys are watching right now, and if you're watching on X X, and you would like to follow me on like YouTube or Twitch, honestly, it's just a better live stream experience, period. So I'd love to have you over on those platforms too. To follow me on those platforms and get you guys over on that community also. So here we go. Path to affiliate. Okay, so build a community, reach 50 followers. We're almost there. We need 19 more. Get 5 people chatting at the same time. Max we've had is 3. The path to affiliate, we need 50 followers. streamed for 8 hours. I've streamed for 61.25 hours in the past 30 days. Bro, that's a crazy amount of time. I've streamed for 61.25 hours. Streamed on 7 different days. I've streamed for 15 days out of this last month. An average of 3 viewers per stream. We're getting 0.37. Ooh, that's a little. I need more viewers. And in the path to partner, I need an average of 75 viewers. Okay, so we're not at partner yet. We still got, you know, I'm going to stay consistent. I mean, we're doing this all year, so. Stream for 40 hours in the last 30. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yes, if any of you guys are watching right now and you'd like to hop on over to Twitch or YouTube, help me out, grow those platforms, I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, I'm just trying to be consistent. Trying to be consistent over here. So if you're copy trading me this morning, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we took a loss this morning. You know, but you know, we can only do right. We can only take the facts that are given to us. Honestly, right now, price is ranging still within the orb. So this is unusual. Okay, so this right here is unusual. This doesn't usually happen. And so one thing I thought that could be good for this morning. One thing I thought that we could do that'd be good, because right now the market's absolutely booty cheeks, right? Like it's absolutely terrible. One thing I thought we could do is do a little bit of back testing, and back testing is great for just being a better day trader. It helps you become a better day trader. And so what I thought we could do is spend some time doing some back testing on our strategy, right? Because I think what I believe this morning, I think I executed this very well. I don't think I could have executed it better. It is what it is, right? The strategy we have is I waited for every confluence before I opened the position, and it just happened to fail. And you know what? That's going to happen. If you're watching this right now and you want to do day trading, you could have every confluence that you want, right? You could have every confluence tell you your trade's the right move, the right decision, everything like so on and so forth, right? What are the confluences again? We had the EMA cross, we had structure, we had market structure shift. On the 15-minute time frame, we have breakup structure, right? We had a lot of confluences. We had orb breakout, we had a retest. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 confluences on this one trade saying I'm correct. 7 confluences. I usually shoot for 5. And yet still it went the opposite direction. And you know what? That's just the game of trading. That's why it's so important to have risk management. It's so important to have risk management, and it's so important to not ever over risk, right? I risk $50 a trade for this challenge at the moment until we get to the next tiers, right? $50 a trade. I would have to lose right now. I think I would have to lose 14 times in a row to like lose my money, to lose it all. 14 times in a row. And I don't think that would happen. Right now, we're shooting at an 80% win rate, okay? So 8 out of 10 trades, we're winning at the moment. So 8 out of 10 trades are winning. And if we're only losing 2, right? The wins outweigh the losses by a lot. That's why you have the risk management, because you can win. You can lose 3 times in a row and still be a winner. That's the whole point of this risk management. That's the whole point of why I've said it that way, is because I can lose 3 times. Well, I can lose 8 times and 2 winners gets me back, right? Like, so it makes it a lot easier to trade, a lot less stressful. Now our goal isn't to lose, right? That's not our goal, but that's the whole point of risk management, is so we don't have the losers outweigh the winners. You want the winners to outweigh the losers. So if you could have 1 or 2 winners and you could have several losers, but you're still on top. You still come out on top every day. And so that's the whole point. And for this challenge, I think one of the rules I'm going to stick to also is if I have 2 losing trades in a row, I'm just done for that day. So I don't get on tilt, or so I don't revenge trade. So we lost one today. I'm honestly not super eager to get into another trade today, just because the market is just so garbage. I would like to see on the day time frame, like, market structure shift, and then start looking at trades. So I don't know if I'll be trading much more this week when it comes to the 500 to 1 mil challenge. I might wait a little bit longer. Because after this is just unusual, right? It should not have done this, which shows me the market is still just in choppiness. That it's not actually respecting the market structure shift and break of structure. It's just choppy. And so, oh, I just realized the music's super loud. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this is choppy. Hopefully you guys could hear me that whole time, because I just yapped for a while with the music loud. That sucks. What was it? Oh yeah, let's do some back testing real quick. Okay, actually, first I want to look at Solana real fast, because I haven't really checked in on Solana in a while. We've been really focusing on Bitcoin. I've really just been trying to focus on day trading Bitcoin every single day. Just because, like, I want to master it. I want to get so good at it. But also, eventually I want to open up to doing more Solana too. But I think Solana is in a support zone right now. Right? Right here. Solana's in that order block. You know, we have this fair value gap here. I think it's been inversed though. Let's see. Has not been inversed yet. This has not been inversed yet. So that's kind of an important fair value gap right there for Solana. No fair value gaps here. We do have this fair value gap here on Solana. We're just going to stick to the higher time frame of the day right now, but and then this fair value gap I see. Solana is looking more bearish in regards to its structure. Like, instead of Bitcoin where it's like very choppy, this actually looks like bearish structure, right? It made a higher low or lower high, right? Potentially, if it breaks this structure, here and goes lower, that's actually what I would say we might hit this support zone here then for Solana, which I hate to even say because I'm a Sol Maxi, right? I love my Solana. But if we begin to break this structure, that could be very well where we end up going. We also have this doji candle here. That doji candle there. I think I'll leave it on this one, this order block. But Solana's looking a little bearish right now. I don't love the way Solana looks. I'll just be honest. What just happened with my line? And I really do try my best. Like, I am a Solana maxi. I won't lie to you guys. I love Solana. It's my favorite blockchain. I think it has probably the biggest potential in 2025. But I will try to be unbiased when it comes to the actual like day trading and the charts, and it looks bearish. Now we do have a semi break of the trend here, right, from this downtrend, and we have liquidity to grab. So maybe this is an indication that we're at the bottom here, and if we get equal lows, right, if we have maybe equal lows here, a double bottom, that could be a good indication that this is the bottom's in and we're going to go up now. So, you know, there are potentially bullish formations happening here for Solana, but still it does look a little bearish right now. I'll just be completely honest. Let's get into some yeah, look at that. Not looking great. Let's get into some back testing, okay? let's get into backtesting. If you don't know what backtesting is, that's where you basically go in the charts and you practice your strategy, right? You practice your trade. What the heck just happened? What did I just do? I didn't even know I could do that. All right. What was I gonna do? Backtesting. That's right. So what I like to do is I don't want to look at the charts because I don't want to like have a bias, right? I don't want to like cheat. So we'll go to the weekly time frame, and we're gonna go within the year 2024. Okay. All right, there we go. So all right, so here we go. We're gonna do some back testing on Bitcoin right now, right? Yep. On Bitcoin, and we are going to test out our strategy. Okay, so what are we gonna do? So let's see what date we're on. This is Sunday, so let's go over one more day because I don't trade on Sundays. So this is Monday. Okay, so this is our Monday. We're gonna put, this is what I do every single morning. So basically what I'm gonna show you guys is one, how I do my strategy for this 500 to 1 mil challenge, and then how do I actually take a position? How do I mark where I want to enter? How do I mark my bias, right? How do I mark all that stuff? So as I'm looking at this day time frame, this big bullish engulfing, so we're basically trading on Tuesday, right? We're about to trade for Tuesday. One, bias. My bias is bullish, right? Big bullish engulfing candle. We got these doji candles. Price is respecting the 21-day moving average. This price is respecting the 50-day moving and the 9, right? They're not crossing. They're bullish. They crossed all the way back here on the day time frame, right? What else? What else do I see just on the day? You know, we see displacement, higher highs being formed, higher lows here. And now looks like we're about to head to break these key highs right here. We're going to make this orange. Okay, so that's a key high area to break. If we break that, that's breaking structure to the upside. This is a strong high here. Now, also, what do I want to mark out? I want to mark out my daily high. Okay, so this would be my day high. Or we're going to say day wick. Or really? It's kind of hard to do the wick because it's like there almost isn't a wick. There almost isn't a wick. And then we're going to do the bottom wick. Okay. Which there really isn't. There really isn't a bottom wick. It's barely there. And then we want Control CV. This is the day close. So the previous day close. All right. So if we're going to go long, we want to be below that. All right. So we're going to make that white. The day close is white. And so what do I do now? So now I got my day marked out. Now let's go into the 1 hour real fast. Okay. And let's see. Are we in Tuesday yet? Nope. So now let me fast forward to when I'd actually be at the charts. Okay. Monday. Monday. All right. Now we're in Tuesday. Oh, so let's go 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Okay. That's 6 a.m. Oh, let's go back. There we go. That should be 6 a.m. There we go. Perfect. So now I'm at the charts. This candle, I am actively at the charts. Okay. So what else would I want to mark out? Let's mark out also the sessions. Okay. So we're going to go, I like to mark out my Asia session. Okay. which is 1800, 1500 hours. Monday, 1500 hours. Okay, that's Asia session. And then to 00. 1, 2, 3, right? So this is Asia session. And then you got London session. To London session goes to 3 a.m. There we go. So now I'm going to mark out my Asia lows. Asia low. Okay. Let's go up here. Asia high. Okay. And then we're going to go London lows and London highs. So London high. Let's just do blue. London high. And then London low. Right, that should be London. That should be the London low. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so we got Asia highs, Asia lows. We got the day wick and the day wicks marked out, right? So we have key areas of liquidity, and we also have, look at that, the orange line. We have broken well above that orange line. So what would my guess is we're going to have a correction down before we push back up. Okay, that'd be my guess today. We're at the Asia and London highs. We probably are going to come down and take out these lows here and then push up, right? And come back down under the day close. That would be my guess. And we have a bullish sentiment. So ideally, we'd be taking a long position here. So now let's go down to the 15-minute time frame. Okay. And then in the 15-minute time frame, let me mark out the 15-minute orb, right? And is this it right here? Or 6:30? Okay. Okay, so let me delete this bar real quick. Okay. This should be 6:30. Okay, so now we have the orb. Orb high. All right. And then we have orb low. Okay, now that we have the orb marked out, right? First 15 minutes of the opening of the market. Let's go down to the 5-minute. And now let's see what happens here. Right? And this is our strategy. Right? And so what did I just say? We're expecting a correction down to the daily close and to take out these London lows, Asia lows, right? Asia lows down here, the daily close and day wick, retest this previous high, right? We're expecting a correction, which would mean we'd expect a short position, right? Now we're not targeting all the way down, like all the way down to these lows, right? Probably not going to go that low, but we're targeting key areas of liquidity. The London low would be a key area of liquidity. The daily close, the day wick, this orange resistance point here, key areas of liquidity. Those are targets that we'd want to do. We're not shooting for the stars. We're just shooting for key areas. So now let's look at what the charts do. So we got boom, candle first breakout. So confirmation that we're probably going to go shorter, right? Let's see what the next candle does. Oh, we retest our orb and have a good breakout. Honestly, from this right here, this could be your entry, and what you do is this. That wick off is very, very good, very nice in regards to that confirmation that we're pushing down. Stop loss is above this order block here, where this engulfing candle comes, and you put my stop loss right above this line here. The other option we could do to give ourselves some buffer is put our stop loss up back at this order block where liquidity was swept. But then let me see if I put my stop loss up here, can we realistically target a 2-to-1? Why is it? Oh, that's annoying. There we go. Can we realistically target a 2-to-1, right? Because we're shooting for down here. Is a 2-to-1 realistic here? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. I would put my stop loss then at this order block here. And that is a... Let's see where 2-to-1 is here. Okay, that's much more realistic. That's just above the orange area, right? And maybe we could even potentially target a 3R. Maybe we might be able to target a 3R. 3R. Okay, let's put a yellow line here on the 2R. And then I'm going to do 2R. Okay. I mean, you don't usually have this ability like in realistic trading, but the nice thing with the back testing is you can just practice, right? You're not rushing with the market. You're able to actually just take your craft, practice it, and see how it works out, right? And then 3R. So now I'm planning out my complete strategy for this trade. These are our targets. We're going to take 50% TP there if we did hit it, okay? So let's see what happens now. Okay. We tapped into a 5-minute order block. We're respecting that orb and not going back into it. There we go. Getting good break of structure. Getting market structure. And my confluences too, right? I didn't even go over my confluences, but I just naturally see them. My confluences to take this trade also. 9 EMA cross bearish. Break of the orb. Market structure shift from these lows and these lows here, right? We broke structure here. This is a strong low that made a higher high. So that's confirmation that we made actual break of structure. So I had a lot of confluences too going into this. Sorry, I forgot to cover that also. Okay, let's see. It's retesting that orb. And the 21 EMA. Ooh, okay, so something I just noticed here. Let me just go back here real quick. Something for me that would indicate that my position's in danger right away. Okay, I see a couple things here in this area. One, we just made a higher low. Okay, we just made a higher low here. Okay, so for me, that's a little scary. And honestly, what I'd probably do is move my stop loss to these highs now, to this order block up here. Because if we break this order block, we're probably going to go back to the opposite end of the orb, right? Which means the pullback is actually not going to go that deep. Okay, we have right here. So in this movement, we have also a fair value gap in this displacement right here. Let me move this out of the way real quick so we can just look. Okay, we have a fair value gap forming here. It did get inversed, but then we have this massive engulfing candle that also inversed a bearish fair value gap right here. So and a higher low. So we're getting bullish structure. We also are tapping into this support zone over here and potentially into this order block. So this might actually not play out. We entered on that guy. So let's see. Let's see what happens here. Let's play it out. So next candle. Okay. Yep. Okay. I also notice here fair value gap Let me move this out of the way. Fair value gap, tapped in, pushed up, right? So not only do you have displacement, we moved our stop loss to protect ourselves from maximum loss, right? Which would be $50. So now we're out of this position. So this position on this short was a loser, but we minimize our losses, right? Now we see that, okay, looks like structure is going bullish. Now let's set up for a bullish opportunity. Okay, so we took this loss here, losing trade on this day, on this time. Now let's see where we can catch the bullish momentum. Okay, what I see we can do here, we have this fair value gap. We also have order block. Order block. We have break of structure or market structure shift, not break of structure yet. This would have to be a break of structure. This is just market structure shift. Okay. And a strong candle close outside of that. EMA cross also. Okay. So now we want to not chase this, but get price back into discount. This fair value back could be an opportunity, and this order block. EMA cross, confirmation of EMA cross here. And now the nice thing too with this is we're trading with the trend, not against it. I also see this fair value gap. This fair value gap and this order block here. So honestly, what an entry could be is at the top of this stop loss here, but I honestly kind of want to see potential break of structure. We have a tap into that fair value gap. You know what? Let's see if we can get a continuation of break of structure. Okay, it's consolidating on that fair value gap. Okay, now it inverse that fair value gap. So this is now an inverse fair value gap. Okay, we've tapped into that order block. Let's see this next candle. Okay, I wouldn't want to enter on that. I'm waiting for like a bullish candle confirmation. There we go. Enter on this guy. Stop loss down at this order block. This is a strong low. And let's target a 2-to-1. Okay, so that's a 2R. $3R. So now we're going with the trend, right? Now we're going with the bias, the daily bias. Much stronger position to hold, right? And then we could even, this is a, look at that. 4R all the way up there in a much shorter move. I like this a lot better. Let's see how this plays out. We're making higher lows. Again, higher lows. Wicking off of this good order block. Nice bullish candle structure, right? Let's see if we can inverse this fair value gap here. This might actually play out how I want it to. Looks like it's respecting that 9. All right, there we go. There we go. Now we're getting the. Now I want to see EMA crosses. There we go. Respecting that order block. Can we get that EMA cross? There we go. EMA cross. Right, so we got confluences over here, and now we got confluence on the EMA cross here. And now we should shoot up pretty quickly to our 2R. Let's see if it happens. Oh, okay. Did we break structure over here? We did have some market structure shift over here. But it looks like it actually might be disrespecting the order block. Let's see. Do we get stopped out? Oh, we do. I wonder if that original trade would have worked out if we didn't move our stop loss tighter. It tapped into that order block right down there. Watch, it's gonna flip now. It was a liquidity search. Let's see. What time are we in the day? Oh, we're by noon now. By noon, I would probably not still be trading because I try to just trade in the morning, right? Oh, looks like we are heading down lower. Looks like we're gonna head to those London lows. Oh, so that original trade, following the orb, following our orb strategy would have worked out perfectly. That's really good to know. This is why I like to do the back testing, because that original strategy we had, right? Our original strategy was this. Our original position was enter on this candle here, stop loss up at this lows, targeting a 2-to-1, right? And look at that. We're on our way to that 2-to-1 right now. And so if we would not have moved our stop loss, we would have still been pretty solid. We have more break of structure here, right? Continuation of that structure. Okay, now we are actually going bullish. Now we're actually flipping it. So we actually wouldn't have hit all the way to the 2R. Now, as we're moving down, I would have had the stop loss move with it, right? I'm not just going to keep my stop loss up here. I would have had my stop loss probably moving to these strong highs, right? Because this high turns into a low. So putting my stop loss at those strong lows. So this trade would have honestly probably been basically a break-even trade. Because I would have put my stop loss down to this low here, because it makes a lower low. So if it breaks that, that means it's flipping on us. So now it's actually flipping to the other side. So that orb strategy would have gotten us a decent move, but not a 2R, right? And that's what we're mainly shooting for in this 500 to 1 mil challenge. We're shooting for those 2Rs, right? And so what time are we at now? All right, I'm definitely not trading anymore. So let's shoot up to the next day, okay? I'm going to delete some of these lines. Let's delete some of this stuff. And then let's get into the next day, okay? Let me hide. Okay. And there's our orb, right? It retested. So now let's go to a new day. Let's go to Wednesday. Wednesday when we trade. What time is it? 1400 hours. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is that? That's 1 a.m. 5 or 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wow, look at that. Holy smokes. Look at that. That is a liquidity grab for sure. That is weird. Look at that wick off. What day is this? Wednesday, January 3rd. Wow, that's weird. So we're looking at the day, Wednesday. So Tuesday. Let's go day wick. Okay. And then day close. Oh, wow, look at that handle. That is weird. That's a crazy wick. Okay, 4-hour time frame. Jeez Louise. Look at that. We have this huge fair value gap. We have that huge fair value gap there. And an inverse fair value gap, inverse fair value gap. This one did not inverse. That's an unusual candle. That's manipulation right there. Liquidity sweep, manipulation, market makers doing something. Let's get those London highs and lows. 1800, 1500 hours. That red line is the Asia lows. To 0, 0, 0. All right, 1, 2, 3. And these are Asia highs. And then London. I think this is London low. Right here. Yeah. 2, 3 a.m. All right. And then the day wick is also a London high. So that blue line's London high. Okay. So we have taken out Asia lows. We have broken structure. We have market structure shift. Broke structure from this low here. We wicked off all these supports, taking out all this liquidity. And we got a bullish liquidity sweep indicator. Let's go down to the 15-minute time frame. Okay, let's see. Let's go to 6:30. One more candle. Okay, so this is our orb. Oh, okay, a big bullish candle. Orb high. All right. Orb low. And we're going to change that to red. This will be green. All right, let's see how this plays out in the 5-minute. Okay, so we have weird manipulation we know the current state of the market is bullish, right? We know that it's in a bullish trend. We know the day time frame just had crazy manipulation. And on the 4-hour and 1 hours, we got liquidity, bullish liquidity sweep indicators. So if I had to pick a direction that I'd want to go, is probably long, right? To target all this imbalance, right? All this imbalance. Price is going to want to, you know, fix this and come back up to it. So if I had to pick a direction I'd want to go, I'd want to go long in this scenario, and capture all these imbalances that are up here, and probably target like this high here, or maybe even these highs up here. But there's a lot of imbalance going on, and this red box is a higher time frame fair value gap. So what, we're at 640. Okay, let's see when we get a orb. That did not break out. That broke out. Okay. We have a breakout on the orb here and some displacement, right? So not only do we have a breakout, but also a displacement here. And displacement down here. That price is respecting. Okay. We're about to get that retest. We need it to retest. There we go. Retest. And now we need it to move. Not yet. There we go. Okay. So for me, this is a strong order block because it made a higher high from this low, breaking this structure, right? So this order block should hold. It should not come down and take that out. Because we have this market structure shift here. We've taken out these lows, right? We have the orb, break out of the orb. It should move into the direction we want it. Let's move this down to a 2-to-1. And realistically, 2-to-1, there is opportunity up here. We have a liquidity area up here, and we have this imbalance and this high that price could target up here. So now let's go to like a 15-minute time frame. Actually, we'll stay in the 5-minute. Watch for the 5-minute. Let's see how this plays out. Wow. There we go. So now we got market structure shift. Last retest on the orb. Boom. We're almost to our 2R now. Let's see if we get the 2R. We've broken structure from these highs over here to the left. Okay, so we hit 2R. So what I would have done here at 2R, we're going to put 2R. We have taken 50% of our position off. Okay, so now we're right to a 3R and take another. Okay, so in this one candle, we hit 2 and then 3R also. So that's a beautiful trade. Okay, another 50% of our position. Now it's not closed. We're closing 50% of what's left over of the 2R. Okay, we're not 100% closing out here. We're just closing out 50% of the position. Then we shoot for 4R. And now also something to take note of for me, as we hit each R and so this is 3R. Let me fix it. This is 3R and then this is 4R. As we hit each R, I move my stop loss to the previous R. So now that we hit 2R and 3R, my stop loss is now at 2R. So we're guaranteed to lock in a 2R on our position, right? But now anything above that is just extra. It's just extra dough, right? And every single one, we just close our position out 50% more. So now let's see if we get 4R. Did we actually get stopped out here on 2R? We aren't stopped out yet because our stop loss at 2R. Let's see if we get stopped out here. Oh my gosh. Oh, it didn't stop. It didn't touch it. And it's probably going to run now. Let's see. Oh, okay. So we would have got stopped out here. We got a 3R and a 2R. So we locked in probably like a 2.5R on this position, right? And that took like no time. That took 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, an hour. An hour and we would have been done for the day. Hour of trading, we're done. Lock in a 2.5R pretty much. and we're good for the day. That's literally all it took. And right, that's why I like using this orb strategy. Is because it's a really solid strategy. We'll just move our. Really, we had like this kind of position right here. So what is that? Right, we tap in. That's like a 2.5R essentially because we took profit here and here, and then stop loss completely here. So that would have been a really solid position. And this is where we get stopped out at. So that's why I like the orb. When it breaks out of the orb, retests, and it pushes off, it usually runs to your take profit extremely quickly, right? So we're done for the Wednesday, this Wednesday trading. Now let's go to the next day, right? Let's delete some of these guys. Okay. Let's go to the next day. Let's go to the 1 hour time frame, and we're just gonna skip up to the next day, like 6 a.m. $1,800. Thursday, we're almost there. 4 a.m. 5 a.m. All right, this is 6 a.m. Perfect. Okay, now we're in the next day. That's all it took. Was that simple little trade. Now something to take note of here on the 1 hour. Look what we're tapping into. We're tapping into that right off the bat in the morning. I see we're tapping into this fair value gap on the 1 hour time frame. This could be a bearish indicator. Now also on the 1 hour time frame, I see the EMAs are about to cross. Right, I see the EMAs are about to cross here. That could be a good indicator too. Now let's move these orbs here. And with the nice thing with the orb, you almost don't even need to consider the rest of the stuff. You just go off of what the orb does. Now the daily bias can really help in your sentiment, right? Remember, we had this crazy liquidity sweep. That's a bullish indicator. We have bullish confluences to push it up, but we also have this crazy in fair value gap on the downside, to the downside. So let's see how this plays out. Okay. Let's go to the 15-minute time frame, and we're going to mark out our orb. What time is this? So let's erase this guy because we want this 6:30 candle right here. Bottom of our orb. Top of our orb. All right, now let's go down to drop down to the 5-minute and see what happens, right? Do we get our trade opportunity? As you can see on the 5-minute, we're getting clear bullish structure, right? Let's see what we get. Failed to break outside of the orb. Okay, break outside of the orb. Okay. Now what can we target? Let's do now. I'm just going to go off the orb line to the bottom of this order block. Let's see if we get a retest. Let's see if we get a retest and entry on our position. It could run without us. Oh, it might run without us today. Let's see if we get that entry. We're getting imbalances, which shows strong bullish move. It looks like it ran without us. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Might tap us in. It is tapping into this order block and this fair value gap right here. But I want it to retest the orb. It usually will always come and retest the orb. And that's where our entry's at. Ah, it might run without us today. Let's see. I don't think we're going to get our entry opportunity. Yeah, we don't. We don't get our entry opportunity this day. Yeah, this day we didn't get to trade. Okay, it ran without us, and that's okay. Some days it's going to run without us. But we stick to our strategy, right? You don't change your strategy, you don't chase. Okay, you do not chase. So let's go to the next day. Let's see if eventually if it taps in. Let's just yeah, it looks like it doesn't. Yeah. We're in Thursday still. Still never tapped us in. Okay. By this time, we're not entering into position because this is at Thursday at like 5 p.m. my time. So I'm not entering a position here on this, but we finally come back down to the orb, right? And look at that again. Crazy manipulation, right? Weird manipulation move right there. Sweeping all this liquidity, right? So let's go to Friday, 6 a.m. 15-minute time frame. Let's go Friday to 6:30 a.m. Okay. See where are we at? 3:15. Okay, we're almost there. So yesterday we didn't get to take a trade. Oh, we went too far. There we go. Okay, yesterday we did not get to trade. It ran without us. Let's see if today we get to grab a trade. And so far on the 15-minute time frame, it's looking a little weird, right? You got this weird liquidity sweep over here. Tap into this fair value gap. Pushing out of it, making lower highs, right? Let's go to the 1 hour too. Okay, we have some structure formation, but these wicks out are looking bearish. It's looking bearish here. Weird manipulation down here too. This massive wick, another big candle with a massive wick, right? So let's see the day time frame too. Yeah. Okay. It did break this structure, so we do still have bullish confirmation in regards to structure break here, break of structure, and it failed to inverse this fair value gap, wicking off all this support and liquidity down here. So let's go back to the 5-minute, and let's see, 15, 6:15. We need that one more candle. Okay. Oh, wow. That's our orb. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this is the low of the orb and this is the high of the orb. That is a weird orb. That's a pretty wide range. Looks like a liquidity sweep here from the left. So now let's go to the 5 and see what happens. My guess it's going to break up to the upside, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Liquidity sweep indicator here. Maybe not. We'll see. Fail. Did that break above? Let's see. Oh, it did. Okay. It barely broke above. That counts. Okay. Retest. Bullish engulfing candle back with a massive wick. Let's see. Waiting for a breakout. Like a good, strong breakout of the orb. Oh, look at that. Okay. Okay, we're breaking structure to the downside. Still haven't broken out of our orb yet. Another liquidity sweep indicator there. A breakout of the orb. And we have continuation of market structure shift all the way down. Yeah. Okay, massive retest back in. It's weird. This day might not be... This day might not give us a trading opportunity. Market structure shift here. Semi-displacement with a fair value gap forming. No EMA cross yet. EMA cross. Okay. Bullish confluences. Break of structure too. From this high that made this low. Break of structure. We have bullish confirmation. Let's see if we break out of the orb. And what time is it now? 10:30. I don't usually like to trade outside of that. And are we on a Friday? Oh, we are on a Friday. Okay. We still need to follow the rule that it needs to break out of the orb. Okay. Something else I notice here. All the EMAs have crossed bullish now. The 9 is above the 50. The 21 is above the 50. The 9 is above the 21. They're all cross bullish. Okay. Continuation break of structure. Test of the orb high again. We need a breakout though. Oh, look at that. Might be consolidation today. What time is it by now? Okay, I wouldn't be at the charts for much longer. I might not take a trade this day. And that's okay. You don't have to take a trade every single day. Still no breakout of the orb. There we go. Okay, breakout. Let's see what happens here now. Oh, wow. Holy smokes. That's a crazy breakout. All right. Let's see if we get an orb retest. And if I were to make a long here on the orb, stop loss would be at this order block here that ended up making this higher high. And we targeted 2-1. I think it's going to run without us. This crazy wick here. Okay, so we tapped in right there. We're tapped in now. Okay. See. We're not stopped out. Looks like we might get a good trade today, actually. Let me just press play. Boom. Okay. Sweet. There we go. We hit the 2-to-1. Okay. Let's see if we can hit a 3-to-1. Did we hit a 3-to-1 too? We did not. We have not hit a 3-to-1 yet, but we did hit the 2-to-1. So right now, with this 2-to-1 hit, my stop loss now is above break even. So now we are not losing money. This trade would not lose us money at all, right? So that'd be good. We lock in 50% profit at 2R. We've moved our stop loss above break even, so we don't lose money. And now we shoot for the 3R. And then when if we tap a 3R, our stop loss moves to 2R, right? So let's see if we hit the 3R. Looks like we might actually just get stopped out and actually just have a winning trade. Not a huge winner, but it's a winner. Now I think we're into the weekend too. Okay, we got stopped out there. So there, we would have been stopped out. We got the 2R over here, took nice profit, and then we locked in profits here. So I'd be very happy with that trade. That's another winner. So this is a winning trade. So that's why I like this orb strategy. It keeps things very simple, and you just wait for that breakout. It keeps the trading simple, right? You wait for the breakout, you wait for market structure, you wait for displacement, wait for confluences, and usually when you get the setup and you actually have the patience, you usually will hit that 2R. And usually you hit the 2R pretty quickly, right? Once we entered, it didn't take very long until it hit that 2R. Because we're on the 5-minute time frame right now. So right here, that would have been a pretty decent trade. So if we shot for 2R, right, we're shooting that we're making at least $150. We made probably like a $50 something, $60 something on this trade if we're risking $50, right? So nice little position for our challenge if we were doing it. And the whole goal of why we're doing this back testing is to see, does this strategy work out and is it something we can use, right? And so we just did a week, right? In this entire week, we had one loser, right? And 2 winners. And that one winner went all the way up to a 3R, right? So out of this week, we would have been positive almost 4R for the week. So we would have turned our $500 for this 1 week with one loser into almost $700. I think maybe more, maybe $800 here. So that would have been a great week, even though we had a loser, right? That's why you have the risk management. So then when you have the losers, the winners way outweigh the losers. So I like to do back testing, especially on a week like today when the market just sucks. Like, let's see if we can get to the market. Let's go check it out, right? Like, even here, we're still not broken out of the orb. We still haven't even broken out of the orb, right? We have some confluences here, market structure shift moving, EMA cross. You know, if we break out of the orb, maybe I might take a position here if we break out of this orb again. But honestly, I just don't like the current state of the market. It's in chop, it's in consolidation, and consolidation isn't a great place to trade. Okay, it's not a great place to trade. The reason why consolidation is not a great place to trade is because to shoot for your 2Rs, right? There's not liquidity to go for because it's just going in this small little range until it breaks. And then you can say, okay, once it breaks, that's the liquidity I'm targeting above to the left or the right. I mean, we're still just chopping it up right here. We have a fair value up here, but I just don't like it. And honestly, we have we lost today once, and I think I'm just done trading for today, and maybe even this week, unless we see something drastically change today, where we see market structure shift for Bitcoin. This just might not be a good week to trade. You know, it just might not be, and that's okay. You're not going to get the, you know, a great trading week every single week. That's just part of the journey. But hopefully next week we actually finally get some movement in the market, because I'm sick of this. But the nice thing is, the challenge is still profitable. And that's what matters, right? Can you stay and can you keep your profits? That's what matters. And don't get emotional in your trades, right? Like this trade, I kept it very factual, but fact-based, right? I said, I would look for my confluences, waited for market structure shift, wait for it to break the orb. I did everything right. And it just happened to not work today. And that's how you should be treating your trades. You shouldn't be emotional. You shouldn't be getting super frustrated with yourself. Like, nah, you played it right. It just didn't work out this morning. And that's okay. Because 8 times out of 10, it probably is going to work out, right? 7 times out of 10, it is going to work out. But maybe those 3 times it doesn't, don't let it bother you, because you're going to get the winners back. Yeah, look, it's not even breaking out the orb. Still hasn't broken out the orb. And it's 9:30. Oh, no, it's 10 a.m. It still hasn't broken out the orb. And so for me, we've lost the kind of key area to trade in, right? Where market makers are doing key areas of volume and so on and so forth. Like, we've lost that area. And so for me, this isn't like the greatest time to trade now. Like, so even if we took a trade, it's probably not going to do the thing we really want it to do, right? The morning session is almost over with, right? It's now, yeah, it's about to be noon. So the morning session, the New York morning session, is almost over, which is like some of the best trading times to trade in. So not great that it hasn't really moved yet. So it's not looking like a good trading day. Right. And that's my goal here, is to teach you guys how to have the discipline and the discipline to say no to a day of trading. Right. It's very easy as a trader to always be like, I need to trade. I need to have a trade open. I need to open that trade every single day. Right. But it's okay to say no to trading on a day. And I think I'm saying no to the rest of the day. So I'm gonna erase my drawings. Right, actually, I do need this drawing because I need to cover this for the vlog. But I think that's it for today. I don't think I'm not gonna be taking any trades. I'm going to set up my camera real fast for the vlog and take a little quick recording for the vlog of the 501 mil challenge. Guys, did you also notice that I have my BITUNX opportunity up? They finally got back to me with my campaign. They actually got back to me on Friday. I just was sick, and so I wasn't able to check my email. But jeez. Let me get this all set up real quick. I like to do the vlogs when I take the trade. I try to do it right away, just so I don't forget. And it's fresh on my mind, right? The whole situation's fresh on my mind. So. All right, I'm gonna record this real fast. Oh man, I'm sorry guys. I'm still not feeling great. I'll turn up the music so you guys don't have to listen to me. Yo, Crypto Taika. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. I'm doing a quick recording for my the vlog for the 500 to 1 mil challenge. I'm doing a quick recording. I just joined. What are you looking for right now in price action? Honestly, nothing. Price action today has been horrible. We tried to take a trade earlier based on my strategy, and it didn't work out, even though we had all the confluences on our side, and it didn't work out today. So honestly, I'm probably done trading for the day because it's just price right now is just ugly on the market for Bitcoin. They've got 9 doji candles in a row, just straight consolidation and chop. And so I'm kind of waiting for the market to actually do some market structure shifts or displacement, so I can actually have more, momentum in one direction. I don't care if it's bearish or bullish, just give me a direction, So that's what I'm kind of waiting for right now. I'm gonna do this recording real fast. I finally got it set up, and then I'll get back to it. All right, I just wanted to, can you tell me how you identify fair value gaps, order blocks, and trade them? Yeah, let's get into that. I just had to do that recording real quick, but now it's over. I got to make sure I stay up to date on those recordings because we're trying to do an episode a month. All right, yeah, let me get into my fair value gaps and order blocks and stuff. Let me just take this off real quick, and we'll cover that. So order blocks, the way I look at order blocks is essentially a support zone, right? Order blocks is where, you know, you have a down candle getting engulfed by the opposite direction candles, right? So if it's a bearish candle getting engulfed by, you know, one or two bullish candles, that's an order block, right? If you have a bullish candle getting engulfed by one or two, you know, bearish blocks or candles, that's a order block to the downside, right? So yeah, I can show you how I identify those. Let me just finish wrapping this up. Okay. Now there's also fair value gaps you should ignore and that don't matter, and there's also order blocks and stuff that just don't matter, right? That you shouldn't pay attention to on your charts. All right, there we go. Everything's put away. Okay, so like for me, let's just go to. Now that I did that, I'm gonna erase this stuff so we have a blank slate, right? Let's go to a day time frame and work our way down, right? When it comes to fair value gaps, order blocks, and yep, that's it. Okay, when it comes to those things, the higher time frames are always going to be more impactful than the lower time frames, right? So a day time frame fair value gap is going to be way more important than a 5-minute fair value gap. A day time frame order block is going to be way more important than a 5-minute order block, right? Now, it doesn't mean that price will not respect a 5-minute order block, or it doesn't mean that price won't respect a 5-minute fair value gap, but a day time frame one is just way more a stronger indicator or a stronger confluence. So as I'm looking here, right, as we're looking at this chart, look at how it's moving upwards. Let's look in this upward momentum. Do we see fair value gaps? There's this fair value gap here. We have this fair value gap right there. Okay. And look what price is kind of doing at it, right? It's just bouncing off it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And we're holding it. And we might actually inverse it right here on this candle, but we do have this fair value gap. And a fair value gap is when you take 3 consecutive candles, right? 1, 2, 3. And when there's a gap, let me move this. When there's a gap between this wick and the previous wick, right? So this fair value gap isn't as strong because this is a red candle. If this was a green candle, that's a one-sided fair value gap, which means one-sided fair value gap would mean all 3 candles are in the same momentum direction. So bullish or bearish, right? So this is not a one-sided fair value gap. Doesn't mean it's not something that can be respected. It just means this might not be as strong as, say, this fair value gap over here. This is a strong fair value gap because it has 1, 2, 3 bullish 3 bullish day candles that are all in the same direction. Now, it's a strong fair value gap, but look, it gets inverse here. It gets inverse here, and actually shows you that there was actually a lot of opportunity to the downside from this inverse fair value gap. And it's a lot stronger of an inverse fair value gap because it is a one-sided fair value gap. So the fact that it's one-sided then gets inversed, right? So now we can turn it orange. Now this is a strong fair value gap to the downside. And as you can see, when it inversed it, tapped back in up here, boom, targeted down these lows, right? Boom, on this one too, tapped in, targeted down here. All these red candles, this one, tapped in it again on the inverse, went all the way down here to sub 90K, right? Now you see here, I'm gonna delete this day fair value gap. You have this inverse fair value gap, but then the bullish direction then inverses this fair value gap, right? And it doesn't actually come and retest it until over here, right? We inverse this bearish fair value gap, and it's a one-sided inverse fair value gap. So what color can this one go? This is yellow. I turn my bullish inverse fair value gaps yellow. And inverse fair value gaps are much stronger than a fair value gap, right? And inverse fair value gap is where you flip a fair value gap in the opposite direction. So this bearish fair value gap here gets flipped with this one engulfing candle, turning it a bullish inverse fair value gap. Now we don't retest it on this. We don't retest it until all the way over here. And look what price has been doing on this inverse fair value gap. It's been respecting and holding it because they're typically a strong indicator of liquidity and where price will fall and come back to then go up in that same direction again, right? Just like we saw over here. When price taps into this inverse fair value gap that was over there, it pushes down. When price taps into this one over here, it pushes up, right? Pushes up. So we'll see how it holds. Not saying that it'll hold perfectly, but that's how I identify fair value gaps. It's 3 candles in a row with a gap between the wicks. So over here, let's see over here. This is a fair value gap here, right? Boom, fair value gap there. Fair value gap. As you can see, when price taps in, pushes off of it. You have a fair value gap here. We're just going to keep using the same box. This red fair value gap, a bearish fair value gap. Price tapped in, rejected, look what it did. Fell off that fair value gap, right? Test, engulfing candle, boom. If you were trading off like a spot trade or day trading, like just on the day time frame, could have entered on here. You could have targeted all the way up to a 3-to-1 here, right? Right? Fair value gap rejects off, target the lows. You have no fair value gap there, no fair value gap there. Really, that's the last fair value gap. So, that's the last fair value gap we see on this screen. But it's just 3 candles in a row with a gap between the wicks of the first and the third candle. Now, if you go to lower time frames, right? Or now let's look at order blocks, right? This is just ugly. I don't think this is a great way to look at order blocks. So let's look at a spot with more structure, right? Like this is all really chopped over here. This has good structure, right? We're making higher highs and higher lows. So what's an order block? Order block is when, say, where's it good? Here's a good example. Now, order blocks don't always come back. Like, price doesn't always come back to the order blocks. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like, this could be considered an order block here. You have a down candle to another bullish candle, then a bullish engulfing candle that engulfs this one down candle from the wick to wick. You see this order block. Now, price never comes back down to this order block. I don't think it has at all. Yeah, it doesn't come back down to this order block. Now you have this order block up here also to the left on the downside. You have, where's a good order block? This order block there. So this is a bullish order block. We'll make it green and make this red order block. Why is this a red order block? Because you have doji candle, bearish engulfing candle, then another bearish engulfing candle that that wrecks the bottom of this candle. So now that's a resistance area. From these lows here, you can target this order block, right? Where liquidity is resting. Liquidity is going to be resting up here. Liquidity is going to be resting in this area on this order block. And now look at where this low went. This low went down to an order block down here. You have this order block I see right here. This doji candle engulfed by all these candles right here. You have support here, wicks off, tapped in. Look at that. This doji candle is an order block. Last down candle then gets engulfed by these 3 bullish candles. Boom. Taps in. I mean, that would have been an excellent entry. Taps into that order block. Look what it does from there. Pushes up, right? And then pushes up and pushes up and pushes up. And then just keeps running, right? Now, where do we have order blocks over here? I see this order block, right? Last downward candle. The last downward candle in this momentum gets engulfed by this bullish candle. Look at, you have an order block. Oh, look. You could have entered there. Price could have entered here, here, here. And all these entries on this order block, look what it does. From that order block, pushes up. Boom. Then you have break of structure here. So here's a strong low area. Order block comes back down, right? So order block is essentially the last move in one direction or another. So the down or up direction before you see a break in structure or a break in market structure shift, right? So here we have a big push up. We need a correction. So we have this correction that made this low here, this higher low. Final red candle gets engulfed by this bullish candle. Boom, order block created. And now you have a support point. Price should not break below. Price should not break below the body close of this candle. And it didn't. It did not break that. Came close, but did not break the close of this body candle. Right? And then from that area is the support zone. Boom, you can push up from there. So basically, order block is like a fancy term of support. Thank you so much. Definitely very helpful. What you use for trading fair value gaps? What do I use for trading fair value gaps? What do you mean by that? Because usually, like, so say for fair value gaps, right? This fair value gap here. That fair value gap right there. Price is going to want to, it's an imbalance, right? Price is going to want to come fill that and then push out, right? Basically, you're waiting for price to come back into discount and then it'll push up from there, right? So you see when there's displacement, it's an imbalance. Price is usually going to fill that imbalance, then push up. Or like a fib retracement, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can get a fib retracement real quick. From this low to this high, right? Price is usually going to come back into discount, right? Where's our 0.5? 0.5 is our discounted range. It went all the way actually down to our 0.786 retracement and then pushed up, right? So you're basically looking for that discounted range to come back into play. And then you want to enter in discount, not in premium, right? So that's why I use fair value gaps. I use fair value gaps as a target for price to come back down. And then I watch what does price do in that fair value gap. And if it begins to respect it, that's an indicator that, okay, that's a strong fair value gap. We can use this as a place of support or imbalance fill. I hope that's making sense. Let me know if that's not making sense. I could try to explain it better. But fair value gaps essentially is a place that I like to use, as that's where price will go back to. So once price displaces and creates a fair value gap in the direction, right? So this one was a bullish one. Before it runs up higher, it's going to usually fill that before it runs up higher, right? Like here, this fair value gap here, right? You have this bearish fair value gap. Right, with this bearish fair value gap, not only did it have market structure shift and break some structure, it came back up to fill that imbalance before it went lower, right? And then from there, then it finds its bottom, its correction, then it pushes back up. But before it goes lower, it's gonna fill that imbalance. And there's an order block here too, right? This order block right here. We'll make the order block blue just so it looks different, right? Respected the order block and the fair value gap, boom. Then it goes lower after it fills in that imbalance. What time frame? I usually work from top down. Okay. What time frame do you use for fair value gaps? It honestly kind of depends on where they're getting formed, right? Because let me go back. Because let's go to the day time frame right now, where we're currently at, right? There's no fair value gaps. Here, there's no fair value gaps. Thank you. That makes sense. There's no fair value gaps, right? The only fair value gaps up here in this downward momentum. Where in consolidation, it's absolutely disgusting. It's horrible. So, right, the only fair value gap I have over here to the left is this inverse fair value gap that it seems to hold. So how can I find fair value gaps throughout here that maybe we can use? I would go down to lower time frames. So, right, like the 4 hour. The 4 hour has a fair value gap here, but the thing I don't like about it is it's not breaking structure, right? So that's not going to hold much weight because it's not breaking structure. This would hold more weight if this high here broke this high to the left. But the fact that it didn't break that high, this doesn't hold much weight for me, right? It doesn't hold much weight. So I don't really like this fair value gap. I don't like this one either. This one failed to make a low, right? It's just not looking good to me. This fair value gap still failed to make a higher high, right? We didn't displace, or we displaced, but we didn't have any break of structure, right? So 4 hour right now, I'm not really concerned with these fair value gaps here. Not really concerned with it. Now, what I do see on the 4 hour, I see this order block. This could be a point of interest. Look what price does on this order block here, right? We had a downward momentum, bullish momentum, downward momentum, bullish momentum that engulfed this candle. Boom, order block. Look what price does every single time it taps in, pushes off, pushes off, pushes off, entered in, pushed off, entered in. What do you think it might do, right? Now this on the 4 hour time frame, right? If this makes a higher low here, fails to break these lows, and then we also push up to break these highs here, that would be, I'd finally feel really good about actually trading. That structure on a higher time frame, like the 4 hour. The 4 hour has really good confluences if it's doing something, right? If we make a higher low here and then break this structure here on the 4 hour, I'd be actually like really excited. I'd like, finally, we're getting something good. We're getting structure breaking, break of structure. We're getting a higher low, right? Like it's actually creating structure for me. I'd get excited, but until it does that, I'm not really liking any of these fair value gaps. So if I don't like any of the 4 hour fair value gaps, I would work my way to the 1 hour. So I go day, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15. Okay. So 1 hour time frame. Let's see. 1 hour time frame looks a little better. We have consolidation here, break of consolidation or market structure shift from these highs over here, right? We have some market structure shift here and push up. So there's some order blocks down here. Probably this order block here. Let me actually just utilize this one that we already have out here. We have this 1 hour order block that I could probably use to tighten up my entries if I wanted to trade, right? Look what it does on this 1 hour order block. It seems to respect it. Price tapped in, pushed off. Price tapped in, had a big push off. Price tapped in. What would it potentially do here, right? 1 hour gives you a little bit more information. Now, you got to take into account the higher time frames though. The higher time frames are looking ugly and choppy. So if we're going to take an hour position, we're only going to be targeting really small positions like up to these highs, right? Or places of liquidity, right? We're not shooting for the stars. We're just targeting for lower time frame opportunities. So like the 15 minute, based on the 1 hour order block over here, what could we do? We could wait for displacement, right? We would want to maybe see this higher low break. Some fair value gaps being formed on this move upward, like here, right? We saw a price tapped into this order block, pushed up. As you can see here, when it pushed up, it displaced, creating a 15-minute fair value gap. Look what it did here off the fair value gap. Tapped in, bounced off. Tapped in, bounced off. You could have entered. You could have entered off this, right? Stop loss down on here. Let's see. Could we have gotten a 2-to-1? Yeah, we could have. There you go. You get a 2-to-1 right there. Do you get... What's the max we get here? Yeah, a 2-to-1. Right? So there you go. You get a 2-to-1 entry right there. If you're just going off like a 15-minute time frame, right? So we'd wait for displacement, just like over here. You wait for that displacement, fair value gap to be formed. Market structure shift, right? We have market structure shift over here. And market structure shift from these, right? This area right here. Then continuation of that structure, right? This is just a really weird liquidity grab. And when you see something like this, right? This really weird liquidity grab, usually when we have a massive candle like that just is like super abnormal, price is probably going to fill that slowly. Not as quickly as it did with this, but it'll slowly refill that, right? And then if we went down to the 5-minute, we probably would have got actually a better entry, right? I would have entered off the 15. I would have entered off the 5. So we went down to the 5, right? We have that 15-minute fair value gap, the 1 hour order block, right? So we have this 15-minute fair value gap. Price comes in, bullish engulfing candle. Boom. Okay, I could enter off this area right there. Stop loss there. And now we get a little bit tighter and even more opportunity, right? So now 2-to-1 is even a quicker opportunity, right? And I think even on this one, we could have gone much more than a 2-to-1. I think we could go all the way to 3-to-1 on this. Yep. So this one, we would have gotten all the way to 3-to-1 on this when you get down. That's why I like to enter off the 5-minute, because it just gives me tighter entries, tighter stops, and a higher R ratio for my trades. But yeah, that's how I kind of like target my fair value gaps, my order blocks, things like that. I mean, in reality too, you could have even just entered right on the entry of the fair value gap. Put your stop loss there. You wouldn't have gone stopped out. It would have gone very close, but then you would have you could even gotten even more out of your money for that. But yeah. And what I also, in my strategy, right, I use fair value gaps, I use order blocks, I use support and resistance, but I also use the orb. Okay, so that's why I try to trade only in a specific time of the day, because I also integrate the orb, which is the open range breakout. The opening range is the first 15 minutes of every single day, and whichever way it breaks out is usually typically the way I'll trade. So if it breaks out to the downside, I take a short. If it breaks up to the upside, I take a long, right? So I also integrate the orb. But if we're outside of the orb, and if we're outside of that and I wanted to take a trade, I take into account things like this. Which actually, this would have been with the orb. This would have been with our open range breakout, so it would have worked out anyways. Yeah, I hope that was helpful. I kind of ranted for a little bit of a while right there. I just hope that made sense. But yeah, I'm sorry guys, there's not better trading right now. Like, it's really bad. It's really bad. I honestly don't even think we'll get a trade opportunity tomorrow. I would need to see something happen today, like some displacement. I would love to see the 4-hour do it. I would love to see the 4-hour start pushing up and maybe potentially breaking these highs today. But if it does not do that, I don't like it. Which way did the opening range break today? It broke to the upside. But even though it broke to the upside, it still wicked back in. It was right here. So let's go to the 15-minute time frame. I'll show you. So for me, it's the 6:30 candle. Where's our 6:30 candle? 5:30, 6:30. So right here. So let's go down to the 5. Right, so that is our orb. Okay, the green and the red line is our orb. It broke up right here to the upside, and my rule is when it comes to the orb is it needs to retest before I enter. Okay, because I don't want to buy in premium, I want to buy at discount. So then I entered down here on this candle, and I shot for the 2-to-1. Let me get my stop loss was at this order block, the bottom of this order block here. Right? Not a big move, right? Not a big move at all. That is not a big move. It should have hit my TP, right? And the reason why I put my stop loss at this order block is because price should not come back to this order block and break it. If I'm correct, and the bullish momentum is correct, it should not come back down. But if it does come back down, I know I do not want to be in a trade, because that means it's going to do something weird. That price is doing something weird. It's not following the normal rules. And so this is literally the position. I opened down this candle here. It retested just like I wanted. It broke back out of the orb just like it should have, and broke structure to the left here. Let me move this out. And it broke structure to the left. All confluences. That I was like, I'm right. This is going to hit my TP within minutes. And then boom, it literally just went the opposite direction. And so sometimes, even though all your confluences are aligned, sometimes the market does the opposite, right? I had a lot of confluences on my side for this. I had a higher low here. I had a market structure shift from these highs here I had market structure shift. Market structure shift. I had a retest. Okay. I had an EMA cross to the upside. I had a bullish fair value gap indicating strong bullish momentum displacing price. I had an inverse fair value gap here get formed from here to there, right? I had another higher low getting forward where I entered, and it should have just ran, but it didn't. What time zone do I trade in? I trade in Pacific Standard Time. Pacific Standard Time is what I trade in. But I base my trading times off of EST. So I trade in PST, but I base it off the New York time. So I want to trade during the New York session at 9:30 to 10:30 essentially, which is 6:30 to 7:30 in my time. So I'm up pretty early in the morning, and that's why I have my stream start at 6. So we're live before the markets open, and we catch that orb. So every trading day, every live stream, we'll be trading with the market open with the orb. But yeah, I literally couldn't have done this better. It just didn't work out today, which is a bummer. And sometimes that's just the way it works. It's just the way it goes. Even on the 15-minute, right? Even on the 15-minute, it had break of structure. Like it was perfect. It was perfect breakout. And yet it just went right on the opposite. And still it hasn't even broken out of the orb. It's still hovering in the orb. And that's the whole reason why I'm doing this challenge, because I want this to be super transparent for you all so that you guys can see my winners and my losers, right? I showed you my winner last week. I showed you the 4 we had last week. We had 4 winners. And I also want to show you when I lose and how we can learn from that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited for this challenge. I also really hope I accomplish it, and I'm not going nowhere, so I'll be live streaming Monday through Friday unless I'm really sick like I was this last week. But I'll be live streaming Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so that'd be 9 a.m. EST. And so yeah, I'll be doing this challenge all year. I mean, unless I beat it before the year ends. But I'll be doing it as long as it takes me. I'm not planning on giving up. And I have the copy trading, so everyone who's copy trading will benefit from it too if I'm successful. If you want to know about the copy trading, here I can just put it in the chat real quick. That should work. Yep. There we go. I just wanted to throw that in there for you. So if you want to check out the copy trading, but we have in the copy trade right now, let's see, we have like 23 people, 21 people, 21 people in the copy trading. So pretty awesome. One of my goals too, as the copy trading, is to get into the leaderboard. Oh, you found me from copy trading. Oh, heck yeah. Sweet. So you're on BLOFIN. You must be are you copy trading me already? No, that's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting actually some good exposure because I made it on the leaderboard last week as like I think it was like a top prudent and top new talents. And so it's like I started getting a lot of copy trades from that. And so my goal is to now get in the top ROI and like hold the top ROI spot. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, man. I'm so excited to have you. Welcome to the Soul Maniac community, man. I'm really stoked for this journey. So and yeah, if anybody's watching, if you'd like to copy trade, you're more than welcome to. I also got my 3% cashback rebate if you want to join the affiliate. And that's a limited time. It's going to end at the end of February. I also have my WEEX and BITUNIX affiliate and benefits, right? So WEEX, you can earn up to $20,000 in your welcome bonus and up to $5,000 deposit bonus with WEEX. And then with BITUNIX, you can earn up to a $200 trading bonus when you deposit. And that $200 goes towards your trading account. And basically you have $200 free to trade with and risk-free when you sign up for BITUNIX using our affiliate link. So go ahead, use those. Feel free to use whichever one you're most comfortable with. But the only one I'm doing the copy trading on right now is BLOFIN. Okay, so if you see someone else with my name doing copy trading somewhere else, it's not me. Okay, I'm only on BLOFIN. All right, I want to make that clear. I don't want to see any of my community get scammed or something. Oh, it looks like the music stopped. We can't have that. We cannot have that. All right, everyone. Because there's not much left for the trading markets today, and it's kind of lame right now. I'm gonna call it for the day. We've been streaming for 5 hours now, and I'm gonna call it. I'm not gonna take any more trades today. I'm gonna kind of wait for the market to figure itself out. Look for some more displacement. Even tomorrow, even with the orb, I won't be trading unless I see like the 4 hour had market structure shift or break of structure. That's the only way I'm trading tomorrow. And so if you want to know, be in the know of what we're doing and how the challenge is going, the best way to do it is subscribe on YouTube, follow us on Twitch, or follow us on X. And that is the best way to stay in the know on all things happening with Soul Maniac and 500 to 1 mil challenge. But that's all I got for you guys today. We had a great conversation with our DeFi interviews with Kaizen, HawkFi, Lulo, Ranger Finance, Jito, who else? HawkFi, Banks, and Orbit. Like, we had a great panel today in our conversation when it came to decentralized finance. You guys should really check out the opportunities within decentralized finance. It's huge. I'm literally this close to literally just getting rid of all my fiat and just going full stable coin and like using crypto as my bank, because I literally don't need my bank account anymore. If I wanted to, I could be completely crypto independent. I have crypto debit cards. I have crypto ways to pay my bills. I can literally pay any of my bills with my crypto right now. I have a bill pay. I have ways I can transfer my crypto to anybody, any bank account, any person, any wallet, any whatever. I have easy way to buy and offload and onload crypto. Like I'm at the point where I'm like, why do I even use fiat? Why do I have a business? Why do I have a bank account? What's the point? I'm really getting to that point where I'm like, I don't know why I still have this stupid thing. I'm getting no interest on my money when it sits in there. It's useless. When I can put it in basically a savings account on crypto that earns me 15%. 15%. Where else will you find that? Right? I don't want to get on that rant right now, but I can. I could totally get on that rant. All right. everyone. That's all I have for you today. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for our next trading session, checking out the market, seeing how it's going. And we'll see if maybe we get a trade opportunity tomorrow. If not, we might have to wait until next week. And see if the market finally does something. But right now, it's literally been... February is historically supposed to be extremely bullish, like big moves, big moves. But it hasn't yet. It hasn't done it yet. So we'll see if that actually turns out to be that way for February. So, all right, everyone, I'll quit yapping, and I'll see you all tomorrow.